Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone. 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 Please don't let me in. Yeah. Gon' play that. Take you down, I'ma say that. Might need me a couple dollars. Telling you now this payback. So I take that. Ask them now what stage at. I've been going to the top and I got what they not, so I know that they hate that. But I'm on now. All these lanes gonna zone out. And all these lanes gonna tell you what I did, and they twist and they worse till I fall out. But I know that, so I keep what I'm doing cause I own that. And I stay in the lab and I kill everything, but I don't ever move, I'm a Kodak. So I'm gone, finally back in my home. I'm working like so much, they swear I had me a clone. Can't answer my phone now, just leave it there, that tone. Ballin' can't beat me up cause I'm back in my zone now. Cause I'm back in my zone now. Zone now. Ballin' can't beat me up cause I'm back in my zone now. Back in my zone now. Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone. 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 Please don't let me in. Please don't let me into my zone. I just need some time of my own. All these people trying to get a conversation. You can conversate to that tone. I got up on that throne, yeah. So I'm never alone, yeah. All these people trying to box me in. I'm Mayweather, it's on, yeah. Now they ask where I'm at. Making hits that lambe. I'm MJ, I'm 2-3, man. I just need some time back. I'm zoned in like defense. My life gone, no recess. But I live my best one, so I got no regrets. So I'm gone. Finally back in my home. I'm working like so much, they swear.
Till they come up, it's the first page. But I shake the road up just like an earthquake. Still follow my dreams, even in the worst way. Still doing my thing, no break in my birthday. Take a long way home, had to lean on myself. Let's try to swallow me whole. Jump so high, it's not about a cushion in a max, but all about power through the struggle than a test. Dirty air in my lung, I can't even breathe. Praying to the sky, even almost getting sick. I am who I am, even talking from the street. If it was a beef, let turn me to the beast. Before getting caught up, I need to get caught out. Stuck in a cage, trying to find my way to broke out. Got a whole lot of proof, now I just need a boat out. One day on my shelf, so my tickets will be sold out. Used to be the kid, now I'm here the top. Hustle, pay the price, so we don't stop. Racing time, fighting with the clock. I'ma run and play it out from the start. Even if I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until I make it. Ready for the ride, ready for the fight. I said I move too quick, don't last, leave the highlight. No time, I got no time. Road to the hilltop, always so rocky, so tight. Gamble with my life, hard to be on my own. Trying to stay in line, so I leave it on my phone. You can find one of a kind person like me. Live it in a moment, had to set my mind free. Cause over fear, anytime's near. I'm to the tears, finally don't shed tears. Betting on me is the right way to stand now. Always putting down the rain before the rainbow. Used to be the kid, now I'm here the top. Hustle, pay the price, so we don't stop. Racing time, fighting with the clock. I'ma run and play it out from the start. Even if I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until I make it. But I can't hold back, and having regrets. Hitting all the stacks, and that is why we're here. We're one gonna last. Tell me, what are you waiting? Take it over and this is my year.
Can't tell me nothing, don't know why. I'm around for the long ride. Look up, kiss the sky, waste no time. I'll be fighting all my life.
Used to be the kid, now I'm here the top. Hustle, pay the price, so we don't stop. Racing time, fighting with the clock. I'ma run and play it out from the start. Even if I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until I make it. but I can't hold back. And having regrets, hitting all the stacks, and that is why we're here. We're one gonna last. Tell me, what are you waiting? Take it over, and this is my year.
The faint buzz is a warning. It may be the last thing you hear. But I'm the last thing you'll see.
Was hit hard. He'll live. Server room, identify perimeter breach. Over. Withdraw your men.
Say again, Grim.
I'm going in. My turn. What's going on? What the? Impossible.
Didn't think you spooked this easy.
Micro recon drones. Cute.
You forgot this. Is that a key on your jugular?
You were saying?
What was on that server?
QCR shipment records. Question is, who wants eyes on it? And why?
Phenomenal goes down. Doesn't have a Nitro Cell to toss out anymore. Super Zaddy has to come and help, but he's taken out by Pig as well. He honks him. They know where he is. He's trapped here within the dorms, but on the corner, he has some space to move. They don't have the diffuser on them. They can't stick the plant. He takes his time and wins a round off of it. Gaming Gladiators and Tolji take the round 5-1 at the end of the half.
It's still doable though. Oh, especially when Hayabusa crosses the site like that. It's down to Pecan. Got the worst gun to do it, but he brings it to the 1 versus 1. Health is not there, but he hits the head. And Keith will fall. And a colossal...
His 11th round goes to Souffle and the Direwolves. And now we're at the final round of regulation as they crawl back. All on the I-9, who has to go ice cold on this frost. He actually spots one out, and there he confirms it. He's gonna need to find a double, especially on Souffle, who's still up to fight.
E9 with the silencer going real hard. Triple kill, quadra kill, and ace! Ah, I9 cleans that one out, and I told you he could have done it.
Get that kill. So now it's all on the Reaps here. Hajime finds Ed, Reaps to the nade, he gets the one, follow up for a second, damage done, but he's trapped. Between a rock and a hard place, finds the 1v1, the triple goes his way. That was close.
6, but he missed. He has a disadvantage here. He knows he does not have the high ground. I9 distracted, then loses the duel. Reaps for a quad, picks up the headshot, saves the round for Direwolves, and finds them their first round. Oh,
Incredible.
Even if I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until I make it. But I can't go back. And having regrets, hitting all the stacks, and that is why we're here. We're one gonna last. Tell me, what are you waiting? Take it over, and this is my year.
Hello, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're hitting the halfway mark here in the Operations League Autumn Cup for Rainbow Six Siege, of course, presented by Kingston Fury and Ubisoft. I'm Blue Panda. Joining me is Lan on the mic. Lan, we're coming into it. Play day number 8. And the one thing we know for sure, Fury still looking dominant despite their one minor hiccup against Direwolves 2 play days ago.
Yeah, and that was a pretty big match as well. We all saw it. It was the cherry on top of a match, to be honest, of that day. Every other match kind of was pretty one-sided. Me and Black and Blue were just kind of pretty disappointed with the days up till that point where essentially they just gave us the show of the lifetime. But this time around, honestly, I'm wondering if Fury can keep that going just because they are going up against a pretty interesting... I just looked at the roster, the matchups today. They are going to be able to do that. But overall, I think today's going to be a pretty great match. The rest of the teams so far on the ladder are having a decent time, but some still struggling despite time passing.
Yeah, and obviously double round robin competition. We are heading into that second round. It's interesting. You know, do you expect some of these matchups to maybe go the opposite way? Especially, I mean, you look. We'll take the Direwolves Fury match for example. 8-6 in overtime on Skyscraper. Do you reckon second time around Fury can get the leg up?
Honestly, they have what it takes. They have had a stellar performance so far, and they've only been going up, not only in just this league, but in other iterations of their where they're competing currently. They have been doing pretty well. Direwolves, however, they are looking very strong, and Fury just have to be very wary. They have what it takes to win. Honestly, don't think it's something we should be sleeping on.
Well, I reckon we should be getting into our matchups for this evening in just a moment as well. And there are some big matches to sort of kick off that second half round robin stage. I'm looking mostly at the second and third matchups to be the ones to stand out. So when we get them up to you, I'm sure everyone at home is going to be excited as well. But, I mean, look, we've had a couple of changes coming into the Autumn Cup, some new players stepping up. Anyone, I'm looking more so at the Apex South teams coming through. There we go, actually. We'll go through the schedule. Obsession versus Champion up first. Match 2 is the big one. Elevate versus Direwolves. 2 teams looking to throw off that post-major debuff that seems to be going around. And then very next, versus the Gaming Gladiators. And to close it out, look, Fury, you hate to see it, is probably going to get some bullying off today.
Yeah, that's it's looking like it's going to be a pretty chill way we're going to end the night here on Playday 8. However, like you said, it's going to be pretty interesting all the way up to that point. I think we mentioned it many times. Variants are a roster that is, I mean, they're very new to this scene and to this league especially, but they've had some pretty good moments. They started off very rough against, I believe their first game was against the Gaming Gladiators, and they went 7-0. But since then, they have had some pretty decent rounds against Elevate, some pretty decent rounds against Obsession, and their win of their Obsession as well. So hopefully we see them turn something up pretty. Oh, sorry. Let me rephrase that. I hope they come up against Gaming Gladiators again for the second time with a couple of rounds in their back pocket. I'm kind of doubting whether they can beat Gaming Gladiators, but at the same time, we want to see how their growth has gone, don't we? We want to see like if they can actually take a couple of rounds off GG.
Yeah, I mean, the fact they've pushed Elevate to full regulation, a 7-5. They did lose it, however. Same with Direwolves. It was a 7-4 victory of the Direwolves. So they are pushing these Apex South teams. So in all reality, I could see Variant X doing potentially... look, I'm not saying they're going to take the map away, but I think there is a very real possibility we see this one pushed to overtime against Gaiman, who have been struggling a little bit lately. They find themselves tied on points with Elevate. The difference, of course, being the round differential. There's 2 rounds separating them in their standing. So, yeah, look, I think there is some interesting stuff. But on your screen, you can see Obsession there, Silence, Jay Lucky, Roldini, Billamo stepping in as a bit of a sub there, and Zephyr K. So no producer boom tonight, Lan.
Unfortunate, but I'm interested to see if Zephyr and Miller can really, turn up here. They are new to this roster and new to this team as a whole. We don't see them very often, especially Miller Mo. But for me, Zephyr's fresh, brand new, and being what looks like a support role with that Thermite, I'm sure he's going to be okay. But it really is, a matter of the weakest link in the team really being make or break, right? Like, if he's not going to do well, the whole team's going to have to struggle as well. So how Obsession do today is going to be completely dependent on these two players, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think also not having that veteran voice and producer boom in this roster could mean that they do struggle under a little bit of pressure going up against Champion right now. But I mean, you've got Roldini, he's got tier 1 competitive experience, so at least he will be bringing a bit of that into this match.
Absolutely. No, they still have, I'm pretty sure, a pretty strong team culture. Jay Lucky has performed very well, of course, but like you said, it's all about that veteran experience. But, going into this roster here for Champion, names that we all already quite know familiarly.
Yeah, Crit J, the newest addition to this roster, has really impressed, in all honesty. I mean, you look at his KD alone, 56 and 37. The only player currently on this roster that is going positive. But then he is also playing out of his mind. I mean, you look at him on the defense, he's playing the likes of the Alibi, the likes of the Mozzie, just going around fragging out. And unfortunately, it seems that the rest of Champion haven't quite been able to match that just yet.
That is true, they have, but they do have some moments. We remember Farlord actually having some pretty interesting highlights in the last season. Sir Lodic has also turned up in many big ways across the season, and they're not a roster that we should just, underestimate. They definitely have some good moments, but you're absolutely right when you say Crit J has been turning up massive for the team. Look at that. It's like almost double his actual KD there.
Yeah, I feel like, in all honesty, I think we're going to see a similar situation with what happened with Joe, obviously, last Operations League, playing, I can't remember what the name of the roster was, but he wasn't on Gaming Gladiators, then Rooster at the time, came up against them, put on a show, and Gaming Gladiators said, yeah, we need him as part of our team. So they picked him up, and I could quite easily see Crit J finding himself in that same situation, though. Map vetoes, we head to Oregon, sort of that staple stomping ground for ANZ and Apex Siege. I think for both teams, this is quite a safe bet.
It is the safest bet. It's got the best odds on both defense and offense, but it is mainly based around how rigid it is. It's a structured map. It's pretty copy paste with how you play it, but at the same time, Panda, like, we've seen some teams absolutely fumble the ball or just completely walk right through as if it was, you know, a hot knife through butter.
Yeah, there's. I think this is really a map where we can see the likes of Crit J shine. You put him on that Mozzie, he's going to be able to deny so much information. He's going to be able to pump up the numbers. Obsession, look, let's be honest. Coming into today, they really, really do have a big task on their hands if they want to walk away with the victory. So Oregon, probably the best place for them to do it. And we look at our predictions, of course. Lan, the contrarian that you are, you've got Obsession and Elevators. That's a risky bet given your standings at the moment.
Hey man, look. I really wanted Producer Boom and Rodini to win. This is a biased pick for me. I definitely have personally more faith in Elevate, just seeded through their history in the league, but the rest of you aren't wrong in assuming that Direwolves could very well win this because they have been doing so well this season. And Elevate, yeah, they really haven't been doing that well this season.
Yeah, it's something about going to a major really, really upsets a team this year, especially coming out of APAC South. But you know what's not upsetting? It's the ability to win yourself some R6 credits in an Operations League pin. Make sure you got your hashtags going in chat. Hashtag call your shots, which you've got to hope, especially for you, Lan, that Obsession will be doing that tonight, because otherwise they could find themselves in a lot of trouble.
Well, if they're not calling their shots, I'm not sure what they're going to be doing. But like Panda said, you guys can stand your chances to win. Nice pin, some R6 credits, and we're going to do that a couple of times today, aren't we, Panda?
Yeah, there'll be drops, or giveaways rather, after each of our matchups, of course, so make sure you're getting those going in chat. You can see Champion on your screens right now. What's going on behind Labyrinth? It's like a combination of home gym, like stage set up behind it. Maybe there's a gig going on later tonight, but we get into the operator ban phase. Obsession have the attack to start in Oregon, which honestly I think is a little bit rough at the moment. You know, starting off an attack on Oregon is not really the most comfortable thing for, I think, a lot of APAC teams.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting to see, to be honest. But I mean, I'm hoping to see something a little bit different this time around. We're seeing some bans across the last few weeks where operators like Thatcher, like Ying are being banned out just out of less of a strategic play, but more or less focused around personal comfort, right? Ying being banned out on Oregon, though, makes complete sense. She can be very, very threatening just because a lot of the rooms she can breach through with those Candelas are small and very condensed.
Oh yeah, and the Azami follow-up makes a huge amount of sense right now. One of the strongest operators on the defense, being able to reinforce those positions, and not just being able to edit the site with the likes of the ACS-12, but having to keep it barricades to do so as well, gives you so much power in a competitive meta like Sieges. So I can understand well and truly why Obsession have leaned that way. And Valkyrie, again, incredibly impactful operator, makes so much sense.
Yeah, Valkyrie's been strong ever since her release. There's no real need to explain why that ban's coming through. She's just the queen at gathering a lot of data and a lot of information and having presence across the map. But I mean, just touching on your point with Azami, honestly, the genius behind her gadget, just the fact that she just plays with shapes, literally has so many applications.
Protect your bombs from being
and for a
defused
map
by attackers.
where we're literally shooting walls out to make shapes, she has so much power. She really does.
Very, very interested to see how obviously we see things go without her in play and what these teams have prepped in the grand scheme. You already see we've got an Echo in play on the basement, which is, I mean, I'll be honest, it's not something that I expected to see coming into this matchup. Given, I mean, you look at this, you're probably thinking something like maybe meeting or even
10 seconds left
dorms rather
before
than a
insertion.
basement Echo play.
Yeah, with a basement
seconds
play,
to
we
go.
usually see operators that are willing to take the fight or
Attackers
head on,
must
or
defuse
if in fact
the bomb.
more along the lines that we have with Smoke, deny a lot of entry, deny area. But with Echo here, I've never seen this played in Operation League once in basement, and it didn't go that well. Their choice to bring Echo this time around really is going to be hinged on the fact that they're expecting to maybe play retake, and I'm not sure if that's always the best choice.
Swapping mags!
Ooh, Firelord playing a dangerous game there. He almost didn't get the drop down. He could have fallen to his death there. But look, you take what you can, try to avoid those situations. We do see Jay Lucky running into KV as well with the impact EMPs. So this Kaid pick from Crit J could be nullified quite easily.
It could be. Unfortunately, there isn't a mute jammer near Firelord here. He might actually get caught out. But Jay Lucky just chilling out right now. Has 2 EMPs, by the way. And so EMPs, generally, just want to touch on it, have had such a strong presence. Now we've got the drone coming out. He most likely will notice Firelord in the corner. Oh, no, he doesn't. He actually doesn't. He calls it, and he's going to rotate down through basement, through the bunker entrance, and Firelord gets away with this.
Yeah, Firelord's position needs to be held for as long as possible for such heavy. Surprising, though, they're going to back him off from that position. Probably not the most necessary. He wasn't actually being too heavily threatened, but you got to respect that hunkering down for that inevitable push that will be starting up momentarily. Obsession, taking the big tower stairs, getting themselves ready for that execute on the side, but you've still got a 10-man lobby in play right now.
Kind of crazy. Oh, a quick shot. See you later, Silence. Let's put him down real quick.
Yeah, that's the power of the shotgun. It's one of those min-max situations. Either it does all of your health or none of it. So, Silence with the high damage roll there.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, what's so interesting to see is that despite Firelord holding that point, did notice Jay Lucky actually rotated back up after the rotation away. So here goes footsteps, and now that rotated back up. It's sort of like they've swapped places, and nothing's really been gained there. But Millimo taking a little bit of damage.
Grenade out.
Attackers have located a bomb.
This is a very slow round. It's not what I expected at all from the likes of this Deception versus Champion matchup. Millimo goes deep in power and swings it back. Put it out once again, but the DMR bucks it only just realized Deception's got 2. Different dances back, so does Zolotic. It's just down to the buck, the skeleton key. He catches half the shots out of Zolotic, and the other half get eaten by the deployable.
Unfortunate circumstances here. I'm not sure why he decided to go for the skeleton key instead of using the regular DMR. But
I 100%
it's interesting.
Understand. I've watched so many ANZ shotgun players. I understand why he went for it. Unfortunately, a bulletproof shield is bulletproof.
100%. I mean, Buck's a fantastic operator, but he's not a miracle worker, right? So I'm just interested. It's kind of just cool to see that we're seeing DMR Buck again in Southeast Asia. We don't see it very often, right? We normally see him with the MRS assault rifle, but this time with the DMR, great to see it come around the second time. Only last game of the season.
It was very much a special of Nico from Order back when he was on the team. He's a big fan of the DMR play, so I've seen it enough that I know just how powerful it can be. Right now, going into the second round, operators will be locked in Jay Lucky. Dickie with the armory, so I can imagine this is a quick take towards tower, try and establish some pressure. It's about not giving them time to get set up as comfortable as they want.
Well, if it goes according to plan, they might have quite a lot of time on their hands. Jay Lucky, hopefully he's drawn this out. Seems like he has, but he's made a very quick and decisive move right into tower. And it looks like, you know what? Everyone just wants to take the risk of losing their legs today, and they're all just jumping off the top floor.
Yeah, it doesn't want to waste any time, of course. And it's interesting seeing the suppressor play, given how it's dropped the diffuser. Firelord finds the one before he's faded out, not counting on the fact that Silence is watching across the game's window. But you've just lost all of your hard breach via Jay Lucky, who has committed both secondary charges for Jaeger. That is a big win for the champion. They've just dropped Millimo as well.
Yep, that's another big win as well. The value that the Fia brings as an operator with the lifeline is massive. It does look like she's going to bleed out at this point. I'm not sure if anyone's going to make an attempt to move up. Doesn't look like it's possible.
The diffuser.
Right now, oh, Roldini might be
Giving aid!
Yes, he will.
Setting deterrent. Catching projectile.
Technically, 4 guns apiece in play in a game like Siege, where headshots are really all the difference makers. It's not too bad for Obsession right now. Milamo can still do some damage. I say that he's taken more chip damage. Literally, at this stage, you could hit him in the chest with a nitro cell. Well, you could have. Hit him in the chest with a nitro cell and he would have gone down. No longer is that how to interact. Hey, look, if he can get even chip damage off before he goes down, that's huge.
Oh my gosh, Silence taking another kill. Taking a big L for the team, and along with Milamo, that only leaves 2 members left on Obsession. Jay Lucky and Roldini are gonna have to play this one out, or at least take the time to reevaluate what's going wrong with the team and how they are pushing this, because Champion are doing much better than expected.
Yes and no. I think with the favourites coming to this matchup, they've easily been Champion, given how well they've been playing this season. But yeah, look, Obsession can't seem to crack the code that is this defense here on Oregon. They've lost the primary in basement, they've lost the secondary in dorms. Now we head to what will likely be their best bet in the first floor attack. In saying that, with how things are playing out, it's still a rather rough time ahead of them, I think.
Not out of the clear just yet, but it is interesting. But it is interesting to see how these rounds are being played out. Obsession, like you said in the first round, are just playing it a little bit safer than I expected and playing it a little bit slower than I would have hoped. Honestly, they have so much aggressive strength, but they're not using any of that right now. And I'm not sure if it's because Champion are defending that aspect, but I definitely do.
Yeah, I mean, losing out on their primary hard breach the way that they did was catastrophic. I mean, you lose Ace immediately while opening a barricade, and that's your walk-in wardrobe push gone. Yes, we've got Addict, but you don't really have any utility to clear out who to sit against it. So they suffer the consequences of an ill-fated push.
Attackers are
Champion, I mean, they take 2 reasonably easy rounds.
Still looks like they're taking their time to reconstruct and build up this defense here. Ballard with Wamai. Looks like they're going to be holding down the kitchen corridor. 2 members pushing us position. Actually, no, it looks like half the team is there.
The hold and play, standard setup for this meeting defense. Open up the floor to be able to contest the player towards the bottom of those tower stairs. For the most part, it's kind of calculated. Even being able to threaten the ankles of the player coming down tower, so they will use the lifeline in the hands of Milamo to open things up, establish some longer lines of sight. Sees the barrel of the gun around the corner. And Zelotic will be forced off for the moment. He takes the slide with a shallower angle, and it's big damage coming out of the end of 2.
Silence gets beheaded by Crit J, and I mean, we've mentioned it before, performing extremely well with operators like Alibi. You called that one, and a nice kill by Milamo on Farlord. So that takes off your Wamai. That takes off a lot of throwable mitigation off the round immediately, early into the game as well.
The attacker's bomb diffuser has been dropped.
Yeah, look, Roldini going down though. Traded out as Crit J falls. The 3 versus 3. Luckily, Zephyr is up above. We'll be able to clear out that hatch with the experiment. Not too keen, anticipating some sort of progression. They've got J Lucky, 1 talent shield remaining. Oh, they don't even count on the fact that Power is down below. They've missed their opportunity in scouting him out. J Lucky takes a big step. This is a free kill. The freest kill of Power's career. And he backs himself up, knowing full well that he's done all the damage that he needs to. J Lucky in a horrendous spot with those top counter still continuing to be thrown.
Attackers drop the diffuser.
Fantastic way to practice trigger discipline. As I say that, J Lucky gets taken down with the SS11. Labyrinth doing a lot of work, leaving Zephyr all alone. The new guy, honestly, in the worst position could have imagined. But hey, he gets caught out after the smoke dissipates, and so Lodek closed out the round for champion again, 3 rounds in a row.
Yeah, rather rough time there. The smoke could not have dissipated at the worst possible moment, providing just a colossal opening that was well and truly capitalized on by champion. And they take the 3-0 to start the map. We head back down to base, and unfortunately, I don't think the punishment is done just yet.
Yeah, there's definitely at least 4 more rounds of this, but let's hope that it isn't
Attackers
the
need to
case.
locate and
I
defuse
would
bombs.
like, you know, despite me saying I want Obsession to win, I hope they at least pick up 1 or 2 rounds themselves, because a 7-0 is it's crushing, and like you never want to have to leave a play day like that, especially when this is, if anything, a rematch.
It can be quite soul crushing. Right now, we go straight back to the same site that they started the map off with, same setup as well. But the attack, no, I was going to say Jay Lucky looked like he was maybe opting for a Flores, but switches up for the Dokumi again. Silence back on the Buck, so it is a mirror matchup on the
5
high.
seconds to insertion.
Ooh, a couple of swaps coming in, bringing in the
Locate and defuse
Hibana,
bomb.
and bringing back the Buck. I love it.
No DMR
I mean,
this time.
Disappointing now. Now that you mentioned it, now that I notice it, I can't unsee it, and I want it to change. I'll bring it back.
Well, they'll have to make do, unfortunately. I suppose we do get somewhat of a DMR in the hands of Crit J. Rocking that TCSG. Big slug shotgun can be quite hard to deal with at range, given its scope and damage potential. Power it on the Echo as well. Last time, pulled out that massive swing onto Millamo from behind the bomb chassis to really just cripple whatever was left after that push after they lost that first pick. So, again, still that slow approach to the map. Obsession almost leaves that name. They're obsessed with clearing out the top 4, making sure they're safe, and it's unfortunately not happening quite fast enough for it to be effective.
What? Oh, okay, wait, hold on a second. Yeah,
That was a straight trade.
That was just very fortunate timing because it looked really cool. And for a second, I was like, wait, did they update Echo? Is there something I don't know?
I think that may have been a M590 on skeleton feature.
Yeah.
If I had to guess, it was shotgun on shotgun violence.
Yeah, it definitely was. And honestly, that's something you gotta clip. Teeth as well. Look at that. You're talking about Miller Mode just getting knocked out
Bomb
by getting
located by
hit
attackers.
from a nitro cell. Look at this guy. He's gone even less.
Yeah. Crit J going for the pre-fires, looking to be as aggressive as possible. Not
Look at
fully
this.
riding off the round, but definitely playing it a little ambitiously. 5 seconds left. Ekara's going. It's just everything is a pre-fire for him.
You know
Whether or
what?
not he's gonna, there's no way he gets the one tap. I'm sorry. Never mind. I'm wrong. I'll shut up.
Anything's possible when you're playing with the TCSG. Crit J picks that one up. Reload, holds it down, and Jay Lucky now with one DMR going for the kill. Uses a couple of more shots, but he lands it. Might be able to pick up Zephyr here to save a teammate. Does look like he will be.
Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
Yep, Zephyr
Oh no.
still survives.
Oh, he gets the kill. This
15
is
seconds
this is horrendous. Raldini and Zephyr have no health, so it's going to have to come down to a headshot if they want to pick up the win
10
here.
seconds remaining.
Zephyr is on the plant right now. Unfortunately, Parrot can't find the angle.
5 seconds remaining.
This is
Attackers are activating
well
the
and truly
diffuser.
doable. In fact, it should be more than definitely doable. The champion right now, but the difference has been split. Okay, he found his first shot. Raldini gives away the game. Looking for the bearing 9 kill. Can he find
Oh my
it? No, he
gosh.
just tucks it around the corner.
What is
This
this?
is absolute chaos. This is exactly what Obsession need to be doing. Just play shenanigans. Just run around corners. Don't give direct lines of sight. He's trying to bait out the diffuser, but Zephyr, what a headshot. And Champion are going to be kicking themselves.
Champion playing Ring Around the Rosie and losing the duel. 1v2, and I mean that was so winnable. We saw him turn around. He got Jay Lucky, but unfortunately was not fortunate enough to actually secure the last 2 kills despite having all the advantage. He just got outpaced. And Obsession win their first round in like the most unlikely
Attackers need to
manner.
locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Man, this game some days, it truly is a unique beast. Champion, yeah. They can afford to lose the one. I think that they're going to be sufficiently frustrated enough that going in the next couple, you might see them hit the afterburners. But they don't double down. They instead up to the dorms.
Right, so the last time that Obsession and Champion played off against each other, it was obviously 1-1. But they also played in Oregon, and the final scoreline there was 7-5 to Champion. Now,
5 seconds to
that does mean that Obsession can actually win, like, have the opportunities and the skill to win this. It's just a matter of, are they awake and what are they trying to achieve? And of course, we got to take into account, they've got 2 subs this time. They were not playing with this roster on that first playday, and now they are massively handicapped. But this current scoreline is in line with their first playday, so it does mean that it could end up at 7-5 again. But it really is just a big gamble.
And looking for a bit of aggression, Farlord. That's an aggressive angle to be taking. Millabo gets some big damage off the head. Oh no! No! Farlord. That looked like for sure it was going to be the headshot.
It was so clear and inside as well, but somehow Millabo survives without even dropping a single count of blood. In the count of health.
Yeah, I don't know quite how he got away with that one. That was unfair. That's all I can say.
Must have been some kind of Pika's advantage, honestly. Like, the way he was just circling around that window, he was asking for it. Look at this. Power it with a nasty little angle with that shield.
Brett J was looking for violence earlier. In fact, power it though. To answer it back. J Lucky goes down. That's 0 as well. That's flank watch. Millabo caught looking the wrong direction. Absolutely destroyed their parrot. Will finally be traded out by Roldini. You've lost your flank watch. You've lost a lot of that utility. Burn Zephyr goes down to Leverage. That's your hard break out of the equation. Now it's going to have to come down to the gunplay of Silence and Roldini. Silence and Roldini. They can put up the numbers when need to. If you look at Roldini alone, sitting 5 and 3. Tied for, well, I say tied, but had the most kills in the server until then. KJ, Crit J, big kill. 1 versus 3. This is brutal.
Yeah, it's not going to be very easy for him. Silence can pull this off, but it is a uphill climb. Fortunately, that last frag rate did not connect. Kill. Does look like he's going to go for that diffuser instead.
Was at least that left panel open. Okay, so both panels were opened up. There is an angle in, but Crit J drifts across, holds down mouse 1. There you go, champion. Take it forward.
So yeah, it's not looking great for Obsession right now, Panda. 4-1 to Champion on round 6. Now we're looking like this might be a 5-1 half at this rate. But if Obsession can pick up a 2-4 half, there is a pretty decent chance they can win on that defense swapping over. So I'm not sure what the exact stats are. That's Indian's shtick. Somehow, I'm not sure how, but he pointed out there are some possibilities and some percentage chances that converting onto attack in a deficit 2-4 actually has a 70% win rate. So maybe
I wouldn't want to trust Indian stats too heavily at the moment, given his current standing in the prediction.
Hey man, look.
10 seconds remaining.
If you want to back the gamble, by all means.
5 seconds left before insertion.
I'm not gonna put down any money. That's not my thing. But what I will say is that numbers are numbers, and so far me and Indian have been completely predicting on bias. So maybe we should just trust the facts and look at the actual ladder. Champion are looking very strong. They are probably gonna close this out very quickly, and we're most likely gonna move on into our next match within the next 3 rounds.
Yeah, I mean, I think the motivation is there that much more for Champion. They are just outside that playoffs position. literally sitting just in tow of Elevate. It's literally a point behind. So the win here with Elevate in the top 4, ironically enough, take Nothing Gaming and Elevate down a position. But whether or not they stay there, no, it's a different story.
It looks like Rodini's got a little bit of a hot drone going on for him as well. Not sure if he notices one. He does see those bullets. Oh, but he won't see the peak. Crit J with a nasty one tap onto Rodini. And I mean, we saw him just peeking and pre-firing all over the place before. And this is exactly why, Panda. Like, he's looking for these kind of peaks.
Yep. And Crit J likes to push that envelope, likes to be as aggressive as possible. And when it works as well as what we just witnessed, of course, he's going to keep doing it. The more opportunities you give him, the more he's going to swing you, and the harder he seems to start hitting.
Like in that flank watch now, I'm not sure if he's expecting to peek that himself, but he's definitely just keeping in mind that there is a presence in that backstairs. EMPs go out, stun grenades go out. Kairos to follow as well. Interesting combination here, but it does look like it is successful, and they are going to be moving down to open a little bit more line of sight, perhaps even pick up a couple of frags. But it does look like Crit J and Fallout are the ones to clean up 2 more members of Obsession.
Yeah, the shots connect in a pretty big way, and it is once again sort of coming apart for Obsession roster. They can't seem to catch any sort of significant break. I say that Firelord will be the next to go down. Silence connecting once again. They just need to find, well, 4 more. Now just the 3, unfortunately. Silence overplays his hand, so does Zephyr. And it will be, like you called it, Lant, 5-1 half.
Unfortunately, the most droning we saw during that last round was the first hot drone for J Lucky, but that wasn't enough. He got 1 tap, and after that we saw, drones in the back pockets of the last few members of Obsession, but none of them going out to gain recon or intel as they just forced an entry. So losing out on positioning, losing out on intel, it does look like Champion are just so much more studied and prepared for not just this team, but also a lot of these rounds on the fly. But now on this attack, they're going to be the ones trying to bring in a little bit of surprise themselves. We've got Nook coming in, and that's an operator that a lot of us have been expecting to be banned more than nothing, more than anything.
Yeah, I mean, she plays so well currently on maps like Oregon, Bank, you look at Clubhouse. It's so strong being able to deny that information. Has been picked off of by Firelord for an alibi, in fact. They got the Lion alibi combo. No, okay, there we go. So a couple of changes around. It will be the Nook. So it is just full circle in the end.
And they are reinforcing some walls downstairs as well by the kitchen. So that's pretty interesting for me. I don't get to see that very often. But I'm imagining Silence might be playing downstairs and hoping for vertical gameplay, especially with that shotgun and the Nitrocell, of course. So could be seeing something very different. Valor swapping back from the Amaru, from the Nook to the Amaru, then back onto the Nook again. Hopefully we see something pretty interesting.
Well, J Lucky is going to remove the Nook.
Oh man.
No more. Will Firelord be the man at the first floor? Dealt with quite sickly. Unfortunately, off of that, they lose a lot of their downstairs presence. The Champion will have to now adjust and accommodate that. And you can see Zolotic pressuring towards that bottom white stairs window.
I swear, man, it's like a caster's curse, It's like, oh, Firelord's going to do something pretty interesting. Nope, he said. Unfortunate, but it's just the way it is, isn't it?
That's the way it goes. We only get the one per play day, and sometimes they come into effect more than we care to admit.
Wow, I'm surprised that didn't pick up a kill. But hey, that frag grenade goes by. Unlucky, and Sarlotic finds a free kill onto Miller Mo. See you later, buddy.
7-2. Sarlotic right now. You got Crit Chase sitting 9-4. Labyrinth, surprisingly enough, on that support role, is currently sitting at 7-1 right now. Champion somewhat pre-priming the stats. Jay Lucky goes down. Solodic's good for yet another kill. This bottom window position is just the undoing. Oh, Silence. He's finally going to get the better of Solodic there.
And Crit J gets a quick refrag onto him as well. Nice clean headshot. Rodini's not very healthy. He's got 2 toxic babes left in his pocket.
Located.
Wasn't playing vertical like I thought he would, but as soon as cleaned up, Crit J finds that last frag and ends the round. Only 1 round left. They are on match point, Panda.
It was a one tap through a soft wall. All right.
Check the man's PC. Check it.
Yeah, that was filthy. That was absolutely foul. But Champion find themselves on map point there. Off the back of that, 6-1 currently. I mean, you look back at Play Day 1. This is a 7-5 result between the same 2 teams. Now it couldn't be any further from.
And it shows that, some of these rosters have been growing apart during this first half of the season. Yeah, sure, Obsession aren't exactly the best with subs. If I knew that, I wouldn't have voted for them. Just saying. But nothing can save me now from this ending loss. 6-1 to Champion is very dominating. It is not even a close match. Obsession got lucky one time because they played Ring Around the Rosie. They did it better. But look at this. Champion didn't want to finish this, man. They bring the Amaru, they're bringing the Blitz, the Lion.
10 seconds remaining.
They want this done now.
I would be lying if I said this is the first time that I've seen a Blitz in the Operation League Ordered Cup. The Southeast Asian, you got to give it to them. They do love some shenaniganry. I mean, regardless of the fact that Farlord is currently sporting a 2-7 KD right now. Oh, I think they have the Gon6. Surely they have a Gon6 ready to go. Yeah, they've got 2 of them in fact. So it is just the full send into elbow. No one is on that shield currently. So Farlord, he's going to cop some damage through electrical.
Bomb is
into the rotate. Crouch in there, but Crit J, look at him, he's come down.
Gosh.
It's a full send. Crit J's down 2. They've got a Blitz in sight, but he hasn't been able to do anything. There we go. Farlord gets his kill. Last one out on the big tower stairs. Thunderbird, what can you do? You got the spear. Labyrinth, the one to go for a fight. Ironically, as Amaru on the basement bomb site, the plant is going to go down. Impact shenaniganry. Labyrinth, he's not going to fall for it, unfortunately. So here we go. This is likely. Yeah, that's it. Labyrinth locks it down. What a game from Champion.
The funniest thing about that round wasn't the operator pick. It wasn't how many Gon 6s they had. It was the fact that the Blitz was actually aiming with the pistol instead of running right up to them and flashing people in the face. It was just how confident they were to be able to win some of those duels.
What is this filter Labyrinth has on right now? Absolute confidence. You love to see it.
He just gave us the eyebrows. The East Coast wave. You gotta love it.
Where is he playing from? Because
that has to be his dad or something. Oh, he's
no. That has to. Who is that? That's got to be one of the. That looks like it's a player, but I don't think it's one of his teammates. That's wild.
I have no clue, but honestly, it could have been his dad in an office or something, and I couldn't be mad. The guy, he was so happy, he was so confident, he was in the mood, and he was a real vibe. So they deserve the win, wholeheartedly, to be honest.
Yeah, look at 3-round streak broken by the Ring Around the Rosie that they couldn't quite win, and then we saw how it played out. 4 rounds on the fly. Just not breaking that momentum whatsoever. Make sure you get your calls in chat. Call your shots with the hashtag. And you get yourself a chance at winning some R6 credits. PC only, unfortunately. So make sure, if you are looking for them, you're on the right platform. And you might get yourselves one of those awesome Operations League pins.
They're so good. And we say that every week, but they're made of such great quality and they're so nice. Made by Koyo, of course, a fantastic pin brand. They make all the other Rainbow Six pins as well. And if you're like me, you're gonna start a collection very soon. So don't miss your chance. And don't forget, we're doing this giveaway across every Operation League stream.
Yeah, so you're not gonna miss out if you don't get it tonight. Make sure you're in for our next play date, and you might get a chance there. So, I mean, look, it kind of went the way we expected on the whole. Champion just making mincemeat of Obsession.
It was not my ideal outcome, and I honestly love rooting for the underdog, but you know what? I'm not even surprised. The way Champion played it were so much more decisive. They were taking a lot of angles they didn't have to. They didn't have to peek a lot of these positions. They didn't have to, hold down certain angles, but they decided to, peek outside. They decided to rotate through a corridor they didn't need to actually control. And by doing these small things, it just added up because Champion were punishing them for every time they were just being excessive or, not really challenging them, if anything.
I mean, they couldn't. It was just the overwhelming aggression out of Champion meant that anytime Obsession tried to contest, they were, well, let's be honest, dead. They just couldn't find their opening. And again, you could put it down to, producer boom not being there, whatever the case may be, just not having that voice of reason, whatever the case may be. Champion just, let's be honest, looked that much better. And so, yeah, it is what it is. You can only walk away, say, well, we played our best, we took what we could, and then we got it. But right now, we are going to take one, which is a break. Afterwards, though, we head into our big matchup of the day. Elevate taking on the Direwolves. And this could be make or break going in towards that playoffs run. See you back soon.
The faint buzz is a warning. It may be the last thing you hear. But I'm the last thing you'll see.
Was hit hard. He'll live. Server room, identify perimeter breach. Over. In. My turn. What's going on?
think you spooked this easy?
Micro recon drones. Cute.
You forgot this. The data key on your jugular.
You were saying?
What was on that server?
QCR shipment records. Question is, who wants eyes on it? And why?
Even if I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until I make it. But I can't go back, and having regrets, hitting all the stacks, and that is why we're here. Real one gonna last. Tell me, what are you waiting? Take it over, and this is my year.
Hello, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Match one was an absolute blowout with champions walking away the champions against Obsession, unfortunately. For you and your predictions, Lan, you and Infian, absolutely in the bin. And you've doubled down. You've gone for another off bet in this matchup. Either you are the Giga Brain or you are, look, you're rubbing two brain cells together hoping for a fire.
I'm the Pipe guy right now, man. Like, I'm really not doing it. It is a struggle and a half for Infian and myself, but right now I am the only one thinking Elevate might take this out, despite their very rough patch they are going through. A lot of like you and Proto both told me, you know what? It's post-LAN depression or post-LAN cursed or something like that. You said that already, but you know what? They gotta dig in. Like for now, without Sapper, they are so crippled. I'm not saying that the new guy is not going to do well. I think he's going to do fantastic. I think he has been doing fantastic. But they had synergy in that roster. And Sapper, you know, not to cast a large shadow over the new player to Angry, who's coming in to sub in and fill that spot. But Sapper was MVP in the summer split. He was MVP, #1 player in the entire season, got MVP the most times. And those are big shoes to fill.
I mean, Angry has been a sub for quite a while for this team. Unfortunately, hasn't really got the level of play that you would have liked in that situation. But I mean, maybe it's a case of, I would have to imagine it's either, you know, Sapper's got us playing that little bit better right now. Honestly, I mean, the biggest strange change, I suppose. Yeah, so Angry, obviously, former player, switched into that sub role last year in July. BG Man joined. They got Nerix in. Actually, hold on. September 1st. I didn't even realize. So Kanom, who we've seen already in the Ops League, I think he's a player for a straight. It was formerly a sub for this Elevate roster as well. The wild things you learn on Liquipedia. But yeah, you can see the rosters on your screen at the moment. Elevate, arguably one of the most successful Southeast Asian teams we've ever had. On the other side, Direwolves, these young up-and-comers, they've captured the hearts of the fans in the forms of ED. But, you look at this roster. Mark, Mr. Punch, the two newest additions, DCH, Onigiri. Onigiri currently a record holder in terms of SI individual efforts in the Killsman. And then Angry X coming back into this roster now as a player. Realistically, this should be a very, very strong roster. Unfortunately, that has been anything but the case this season.
It's just a matter of being of reality being quite bipolar and contrasting to what it is on paper, isn't it? Like, as you mentioned, technically they should be a very dominating roster, but they have
Not
had
to mention Coach Laxing now as well.
Oh, absolutely, the legend himself, Mr. Laxing. But I mean, in contrast, Direwolves has been doing very well, and I want to contribute a lot of that to Reaps 96. Like, look at this guy, 85 to 47. He is an absolute monster right now, and he is very scary. Honestly, the Grim Reaper himself just running through these some of these games with some of the highest kill counts that we've seen on any new coming player to Operation League.
Yeah, I mean, you put an MK14 in his hand, the guy is just absolutely lethal. So what he's going to be able to do here today is going to be invaluable, to say the very, very least. But I mean, you look at it, Pecan, ED, Jackie Wu, Souffle, there's been minimal change to this roster since they joined, the likes of Apex South here in the region. But again, I can't help but sort of put it down to they went to that Charlotte Major at the beginning of the year, and they just have not quite bounced back from it.
It really is a matter of consistency. But I mean, hopefully this roster with Reaps stays together and that they continue to compete alongside one another, so they develop that synergy that Elevate once had. Hopefully this is the case for them. Obviously, we'll have to see how they pan out and how they play today on day 8.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of questions for both these teams coming in, and I think this is sort of the situation where we can start to maybe get some answers as to where the future is headed for the Direwolves and Elevate, because obviously, both having attended majors this year is great and all, but the consistency has really just sort of fallen off. And you're looking, we're coming into the end of the year, you're talking about another major coming up very, very soon, going to DreamHack there as well. And on top of that, you got 6 Invitational just around the corner. So we're going to hope to start seeing some of these performances pick up. And our mat for the day here between Elevate and Direwolves, we're going to Villa. Very strat-heavy matchup. This, realistically, you're looking at a team with Direwolves, they can sort of thrive in any condition, taking on a team like Elevate, who their main approach to a game is don't give their opponents opportunities to think by getting aggressive and up in their face. So this clash of playstyles is going to be rather interesting to witness.
Yeah, Villa, by the way, is currently the most picked map in Operation League. And I don't know how I feel about that. Because
I can understand it. It's it relies more on the strategy. You're not leaving things sort of down to those 50-50 gunfights. You can prepare yourself just that little bit better. So yeah, look, I can understand exactly why teams are favoring Villa at the moment. Plus, it's a comfort pick. The more you play it, the more you're going to be wanting to go back to it. So both these teams, look, this is, again, a similar situation to Oregon, where there's a pretty solid chance for both teams to potentially pick up that win.
So the last time Direwolves and Elevate went up against each other, it was on day 1, just like it was for Obsession and Champion. Direwolves won 8-6, so they did go into overtime for that. But they played on Theme Park. So we're not sure how they're going to play on Villa this time around. We do know that Elevate is very confident here. Direwolves has also played on this map just as much. But can Elevate actually take this away? I honestly think they can. It really is just about these to actually make this a win. And so far from what Laxing is tweeting, what he's generally speaking about with the team, he's making some pretty sound calls on these timeouts, or even like generally managing the players' mental fortitude. And that is about despite what most people think, I reckon that's a good 10% of their game. It's something that you either have or you don't. So they need to really lock that one in this time around. Direwolves, of course, all looking very laser focused.
Yeah, it's a shame we no longer get the Harambe dance upon victory, but look, you take the wins where you can. Reap's the new addition to this roster has looked scary. Let's be perfectly honest with ourselves. He has been a dominating force for this current iteration of the Direwolves. And hopefully that continues here today. Whether or not they are successful, well, their opponents elevate. Well, I have something to say about, look at that Direwolves, the immediate target ban away from Onigiri.
Take it away. Don't give him an opportunity. Dokubi with the EBR, and of course the Logic Bomb is a weapon in his hands.
Well, what was it? 27 kills in a single game, broke the kill record for 6 Invitational.
Yep. So I think reminded so often of.
It's just common sense.
Yeah, don't even give him an opportunity. Don't even give him the time of day. Iana being banned out is pretty interesting as well. Most likely another target. An operator that we don't expect any one person to just ban out for any map, really, because she's so general. But Azami makes complete sense because, as we mentioned before, her basic genius with her gadget just allows her to be so versatile in almost any space.
Yeah. Valkyrie, again, no real surprise there. I think we sort of get the defenders down when it comes to meta bans, whereas the attack, it's sort of anything but in the grand scheme. I would not have called a Dokubi or an Iana being banned out into this matchup.
Yeah, most likely just very player-specific bans this time around. But, you know, it's nice to see that we might even bring the Sam Cam in for attack. Most likely might even be swapped out. But that defense is looking pretty standard. Bringing the Warden is starting to become a little bit more prevalent in South Asia, isn't it?
Yeah, I want to say it's something we saw start names in, but I think really the case is I think it's something we saw start in Apex South, which has then been adopted by ANZ and other regions as well, because realistically you're going into a matchup, there is more than likely going to be flash grenades, there's more than likely going to be at least some sort of smoke in play for the attack as well. I mean, not to mention the fact that he also brings a deployable shield, it is sort of that safe bet.
10 seconds to insertion.
Yeah, absolutely. Don't even forget that his arsenal is so good. He has an MPX, and of course his silenced SMG here. But he's pretty well-rounded, to be honest. He didn't start off that way, of course, on release, but ever since they made a couple of changes and players have started to find more value in him, we've seen him have far more play. Of course, he has a speed. Why wouldn't you want to use it?
I'm not quite sure how effective a 3-piece suit is in terms of combat attire, but he does definitely seem to make it work right now. Onigiri sort of tested the waters, maybe feeling a little bit lost with the Dokubi ban coming through here. So it's going to be interesting to see what evolution of operators he has throughout this attacking half. But look at that. Dai was trying to get very creative with his defense.
Yeah, they're going for every single possible advantage, and that's what Siege, like finding a lot of these angles that aren't expected or do provide an unfair advantage. Ed holding it down on site and able to might even find a couple of members as they go through. Like here, having a couple of encounters already.
Give that MP7. I mean, it's a pretty lethal gun, and it is quite popular because of it. Obviously, the utility is his batteries don't offer nearly as much as they once did long ago. Right now, the swing on for one. Big kill there. Play angry at the equation of the ledge. Grenades, ED, and Reach with 8 away kills. Punch is getting one back. He can't now to 4, but it's a 3 versus 2. And Onigiri and Mr. Punch can have to play this quite well. The frag grenades could definitely be a game changer. If Mr. Punch has a position below, which he does, in fact, if he can find the beat with the frag grenades, that is huge. First one goes out, unfortunately. Not going to connect, not going to find its mark. Second one, same deal. Nothing, unfortunately.
I'm suspecting those were utility kills, utility frags, trying to take out some of the defenses, but this time Reaps finds another victim, and already the man is sitting on 2 frags. Onigiri takes a lot of damage. He's sitting on about. He's not looking good. He does pick up one on the Jackie, and he's playing around classical and playing with his life.
Gary. Oh, no, there's one there.
Oh!
Big headshot. I told you, in a game like Siege, where headshot is all
Attackers
the
recovered
difference.
the bomb diffuser.
Again, health really can be quite irrelevant in the grand scheme of things, and Onigiri goes through that once again, but it's ED. Fan favorite that he is now with his powered up gaming set. Onigiri, he's got 4 seconds to make it happen. Has to take a peek, hit the head here, goes to the swing, but ED's just that much quicker on the trigger.
Unfortunately, the animation there did not allow him to peek and ADS in time, but he had the right idea. This time around, defense do win this out on that first round. So a close round, to be honest, between both teams. And sure, like, they had to really make that one work for them, but it was close enough. And honestly, it's looking very healthy between 2 rosters right now.
Indeed. Very, very clutch situation there from ED. I mean, realistically, yeah, the health advantage, so there should be few situations where he would have lost that. We head to split trophy and statuary now on the cards. For the most part, it looks like we are getting almost a remake from the FA lineup. The only real difference, I say real difference, being the only difference at all, in fact, is Mark no longer playing the OSA. It's going to be the Ace.
And even then, we still got 17 seconds to actually see if they're going to bring it. Well, we can see
Never mind, there it is.
replay here. Ah, yeah, there we go. He's going to bring it back. He's not going to play with it. Needs that OSA to play around these windows and maybe even set up defenses around halls. Classical might even be, or not even classical, sorry, the entrances by Master or even by Statuary might make all the difference here for them. But as we saw in the replay, Nigiri doing a lot of work there, doing his best. But no, he will be the one that brings in the ace instead.
Interesting pivot there for Onigiri. I imagine the case may be that he just feels a little lost without that MK14 EBR in hand. It is such a, I hate using the word crutch, but a favoured pick for him. He is an absolute demon with it too. But I mean, look, the AK-12 in his hand, he's going to get, I say he's going to do work, but unfortunately Reaps is no slouch with the MK14 either.
Yeah, finds his first pick in already. The guy is pulling up ahead and leaving the leagues. Unfortunately, no damage on the mark, despite getting shot in the leg a couple of times. That bulletproof glass is coming in quite clutch for him. Pecan already going down. Is it a huge loss for them, considering that most of the jammers, I imagine, don't remember if he had one in pocket or not, have been used. So his utilities down is brought value to the team, and now Jackie goes down along with him.
Well, they'll all but certainly be able to get Angry back up. Unfortunately, currently, Onigiri no longer there to bring it back closer to Direwolves. I mean, they've got the guns to do it, they've got the utility to do it. Unfortunately, they're going to commit that toxic canister just a little bit early, which means there will be likely a window for Elevate to get into the bomb site itself, ED. And they get very creative with his positioning and his setup right now. But now, Mark doing his best blitz impersonation on this OSA. Talent shields. They should be able to get a set up towards the site. Well, Mark, no, he's gone down. MK14 goes too hard. It's a triple for Reaps. He is, in fact, on for the ace. The pre-fire attempt there, not connecting. Direwolves have brought this back. Wellery strong under in their favour. Punch to bring it back to the 2 versus 2.
Finally puts an extra streak there. Reaps punished for being so aggressive. But that only leaves 2 members on that attack, and Mr. Punch has taken a little bit of damage already. No more frag grenades in his back pocket. And does look like DCH has used all of that lifeline. He's got to peek this, and he will be taken down. Mr. Punch gets eliminated. And the last one over by Statuary. Gonna lose out. No! DCH wins the duel onto Souffle.
Yeah, unfortunately, the pistol not quite as effective in these close quarters gunfights. So, An unfortunate loss there for the Dire. You got to remember, last time these two teams faced off, it was a reasonably close affair as well, all the way back in day one. And 8-6 in the overtime for Direwolves. I mean, realistically, we're on track to hit that again.
Oh, absolutely. It could go into overtime at this rate, but it's still pretty early to call. It has been an entire half season. They've been competing in many other windows.
Locate and defuse
Some
bombs.
roster changes, so we'll see how it goes out. But so far, it's looking like both teams are playing in peak form.
And they are indeed elevate. Look, I definitely feel like they're the shakier of the two teams in this matchup. Of course, you look at previous results from this stage. You look at how they're approaching the game. For the most part, Direwolves have been the ones to dictate a lot of the momentum.
Yeah, absolutely. Elevate's sitting at 4th place right now with 13 points. There's a whole 5 points.
5 seconds left.
Two rosters here. Direwolves bringing in the Frost to slow them down even more, or even trying to catch them out in more, I suppose, unsuspecting positions. It says I don't think they're going to be that clumsy. It really is one of the. It's either hot or cold with this. Oh, PH.
Common window peak, yeah. Big gate, not to work out. Goes for another common cross point for a lot of defending players. Neither of those quite paying off the angle that they were hunting for. But Mr. Punchin already down in that first floor. I think what is going to be quite decisive is not just the multi-sector up and in, but potentially EV and those prospects. I wouldn't be surprised if we see things come down to some cheeky off angle with one of them.
Out of sight, out of mind.
The silent step is now in play. Mr. Punch has the opportunity to bring in a little sneaky surprise. Probably, from the look of it, hunting Reaps, as some of the drones were coming in and closing on his position. Does look like he's been forced to retreat back upstairs to the main right hall. Still opening some exits for himself, of course. Oh!
Well, Pecan, I did say it was going to come down to the Mozzie, and Pecan puts it to work with the P10 Roni instead. The second attempt is not quite as successful as the last bedroom windows forced off at the moment, but it is just a little bit of contesting. No direct contesting. Yeah, ED, there we go. The players that I said were going to be the impactful ones on those operators, unfortunately not quite using the utility.
And not just yet. Does look like they are going to be playing this one out a little bit longer. 2 members down for Elevate's pretty harsh, though. You're losing out on their hard breach. And now a 3rd as well. See you later, DC.
Might the fadeaway nade onto Pecan is going to be enough to bring it down to 2 vs 3. Another nade attempt here for Mr. Punch down below. Again, just off the mark there. Missed opportunity would have brought it down to 2 vs 2. Yeah, Mr. Punch gone. ED did his best Assassin's Creed impersonation. Angry X, all he can do is really sort of chase the kill into the bathroom, knowing full well that there is a Saria gate in front of him, and he takes both closing kills.
Unfortunately, Angry over-peaking that does not see the angle, and ED closes it up quite confidently as well with a nice clean pre-fire from the astrology stairs. Wow. That was pretty dominant. That was a very different pace performance, and like you said, Elevate happened are the shakier of the two, so we're starting to see that start to their foundations start to crumble a little bit. But hopefully this is not a recurring thing for them as they progress through the round 4 now. Direwolves are looking so much more confident. Reaps didn't find any kills that last round, but he's still sitting on 5. Still has the single most frags on any one operator, so maybe another triple kill this round. Who knows?
I mean, we've seen it showcased a couple of times here already on the Villa. Just how Direwolves' approach changes. They feel like they're in more control. When they're confident, they're the ones dictating the pace, and they're the ones with the freedom of movement. ED, jumping over banisters, hunting for kills. Not shying away from aggressively peeking. So they are going to keep pushing the leather throughout Villa, and Elevate needs to try and slow it down and force Direwolves to play their game.
That's absolutely true. But Elevate are just struggling right now to find room to breathe. I would say, like we're finding them set up a lot of their pushes, trying to dismantle some of these defenses. But anytime we ever do see them begin the setup, they get chopped down by their legs, and they barely ever have time to actually catch their breath. And it does look like they're struggling to adjust on the fly.
I mean, the crazy thing is, this is almost the way that Elevate approach the game. This is what they force us into. They don't give them time to breathe. They force them in these positions where they just have to react or die, and it just shows how powerful it could be. Angry X taken out immediately again, and this is what we were, this is kind of how Elevate were known for playing, up in the face of the attackers and not letting them organize any sort of coherent defense.
Yeah, but you're bringing the Echo this time around. Oh, see you later, Pecan. There goes your pulse, and with 1 minute and 31 seconds left, that's actually pretty bad. Like, the fact that losing this pulse so early, that's a lot of presence on that map, and this might be a great time for Elevate to actually capitalize using the Nook.
Yeah. Yeah, you lose your pulse. Yeah, it's not the end of the world, but no real denial of Nitro Cell available now. They are going to have to try and make the most of what is in their arsenal. Jackie with the shotgun, big damage onto Onigiri at range. Got the canister out to try and cover. Oh, it's not the ideal time. Reaps is doing big work. Another shotgun blast at DCH. He's got the DMR in hand. Couldn't quite get the shot out, and that is a huge amount of health loss. You're going into the final 40-odd seconds, and this is where things get bleak. Triple kill for Reaps. Can he go any further with the multi right now? Mr. Fun's primed and ready inside that classical window. Wants to try and find something off of this rappel if possible. Whether or not he's allowed to, that's entirely different. Reaps on for the 4. The question now having to be, will we towards main stairs? Shot time is going to be huge. Has the Hell Cloak. Engaged, but Jackie is no. He's got his 4. Reaps doesn't need any more kills right now. It's my turn.
And you know that Reaps was hunting around the map for that last kill as well. Unfortunately, Elevate are just really struggling at this point. I'm surprised that Nook was still rappelled outside the building. Not a position where I expect Nook to actually be. Not a position that I expect Nook to actually have to take up or be forced to, just because teammates were down and they needed someone to hold those angles. So
defuse as many bombs as they can.
maybe this time around, Mr. Punch might be able to get that ideal
Attackers have located a bomb
in his favor and on the table. However, right now, Reaps is doing so much work. He's already almost doubling the top frags on this map and in this round. Direwolves, most of the team members are just there for support, really, if you look at it, because he's honestly the new star of the show. ED, of course, 5-1, doing a fantastic job, but they're bringing in 2 Nitro Cells this time. Hopefully we get to see some interesting vertical play.
5 seconds to go.
Doing the bulletproof cameras as well on top of it. There's so much information available. We're going to be able to shut down a lot of potential utility. I do question the validity of the Thatcher pick now, with obviously the EMP impact coming into play in Rainbow Six Siege. There is no real need, it feels, for him anymore. So it's going to be interesting to see how teams obviously develop strategies around that. But I mean, look, I can understand Elevate there's a free opportunity available to you. Why not make the most of it?
Now we're seeing a lot of teams still ban Thatcher and also pick Thatcher up despite the new EMP impacts being brought into play. Khan gets taken down, and that's a big loss because they not only lose Goyo and the Vector, but they also lose that C4. That Nitro Cell is no longer in play, and despite him bringing a lot of utility, it's not like he was bringing in a lot of frags either, so it's not a huge loss, but it still technically is.
It's unfortunate. Impact so far this round has been quite big out of Elevate, and it's just going to be Mr. Punch. Cut straight into the side. Should find a freebie there on the ED, who was already so very, very low. And it's just a quick smash grab onto the site with only 90 seconds being played out here. This is exactly what Elevate need to be doing. Don't give Kyle time to think, unfortunately, with Reaps on the job and MK14 in hand. This could be a very, very tough matchup. The pre-fire.
Oh my
ECH caught by the Goo Mine in the leg. Souffle not done just yet. Knows that there's a player outside, courtesy of the shots.
Coming in from Angry. Now that's a top fragger. One more for Jackie, maybe a second. A double for Souffle, and it does look like it's all about Angry now. Elevate on that back foot and being eliminated here for round 5. Direwolves looking so strong.
Yeah, I'm beginning to get a little bit concerned for Elevate and their fans right now. This is not at all how we expected it to be going. I mean, a matchup that went to overtime last time around, and right now you look at where we are. The likelihood of that is significantly reduced on a map like Villa. I mean, yes, it is Villa. It is the defensive side that tends to be favored more often than not. But I don't think you could put it down to just that. There is obviously something that is not quite working in the Elevate camp.
Now, just to bring in that Thatcher, and I mean, Thatcher, despite the EMP impacts coming into play and being introduced into the game, still has utility, and I suppose a lot of advocates for Thatcher would say that it's because his EMPs go vertical. You can play them upstairs or downstairs and still have a lot of presence
left before insertion.
on the map without having to be so direct. Whether or not that's valuable to you is a different story, isn't it? But I suppose it really is a comfort pick. Is the L8A is probably one of my favorite rifles. That might be another reason.
I suppose it also, to an extent, comes down to, what teams are practicing, what teams are expecting to play against in terms of what is banned and what is not. I think more often than not, the case it is that Thatcher won't be available. More than likely, he is going to be banned away because teams have been doing it for so long now. So, just making sure that you're prepped and ready for that eventuality. Jackie in the art studio, almost losing his life there.
Staying alive is very important for Jackie. The name of the game is to stay in play and delay the enemy attack for as long as possible. He's got to bide his time now and maybe even find a sneakier pick in order to bring some value to his team. Very aggressive peaks.
I mean, I'm not sure this is the sort of play that you want to be going for, knowing full well that one of your players is in a very, very rough spot currently. So, look, I'm not going to be the one to tell Direwolves how they should be playing, but I know certainly if it was me, I'd probably be playing for, the numbers that I have rather than being the one to instigate.
What happened when he not shooting out the first to let that one pop off and preserve the element of surprise in this position. But it does look like 4 members of Elevate are committing to this push through the walking tunnel, through the master bedroom. They try to take down this wall.
Oh, Jackie trades his life with Mr. Punch, hits the one tap and cops a bullet. He can't get a find a follow-up. It's again traded out there, but Elevate, there is no situation where Jackie Wu should have been allowed to get a kill. And that could be enough to seal the deal here in the last round of the half.
Well, as you said, it's all about the headshots, and if he's landing them, he absolutely deserves those frags. He picks one up onto Mr. Punch, and that's a huge value trade, considering Mr. Punch was not only at full health, but he also had a lot of utility in his pockets as well. So, frag rate is no longer in play, and now Onigiri dueling it out from the bathtub. What a mess! Mark finds that one onto Reaps.
They're all looking at the same angle. Oh my god, Souffle on the prone for the kill. Mark in on the site itself, looking for the plant. The ping's coming out, they know where he is. They're just trying to bait it, but no! Souffle doesn't play the clock, had the advantage, and just gets too eager.
Maybe pros do fake sometimes. But unfortunately, I feel like that final ping, the red ping coming out in the last second, threw him off, for what it seemed like. And it just, honestly, was played out so well by Souffle. A member of Direwolves that we just see pull out.
I mean, you're in the red though. That's the wild thing. You're in the red when it comes to running the clock down on the defense as well. And I mean, yeah, look, the ping. You could hear the diffuser was going as well, but I think it was careless more than anything. And I know that for sure Souffle will be kicking himself that he didn't find that opportunity and pick up the win for his team. So a 4-2 Elevate, I think, will breathe a sigh of relief going into their defense, knowing full well that 4-2 is minute.
5 seconds to insertion. Attacker's objective is to
Yeah, absolutely
locate a
right.
bomb
This is
and
definitely winnable for them here on this defense on Villa. It is a defender favored map. I would be excited. If they're going to be able to make a comeback, it's now, if ever. That Ash with breach charges will be making her way through. Definitely saving those breach charges in her utility and gadget for some sort of flame. And maybe Reap finds a nice clean headshot on the DPH with a repeat. And that's their opener.
They've got an ace.
Activating hell.
It's not like it's the end of the world in terms of, whereas you look at the other side, that's your Whammy, no more magnets going to be in play. That in itself could be detrimental, but Jackie takes some big damage. Not even from a Nitro cell, just a couple of shots. It was so instantaneous, I think it would have been that SMG-11 from Angry.
The SMG-11 can be a little bit of a laser beam despite its natural recoil. But Mark now playing from the landing, trying to take an aggressive angle. 3 rooms down from his mark. And Reap's already with a nice ping.
Frag grenade.
Sees the head, preps a frag, and oh, yeah, cancelled by the ADS and loses the duel to Mr. Punch.
That's a tilting moment if I've ever seen one. And that could potentially weigh just a little bit on the Direwolves right now. But it's only a single player disadvantage. They've got the guns in the game, again, more often than not dictated by headshots. They have the opportunity to bring this one back. Souffle and ED looking to make plays. ED punching into the site itself. He's testing the ward. It's got the player in the game in trouble. Has to duck himself away from danger. With a minute remaining, the utility has bled all but dry. There is one toxic canister remaining to elevate the defense.
And we just got to save that and buy them a little bit more time. 48 seconds on that clock. Looks like Ed's going to throw out a flashbang to buy himself an opening window. Get a little bit more information down. Jackie holding an angle from red stairs over into statuary landing. Sorry, trophy landing. Onigiri picks up the Ed. He his angle, he wins the duel. Looks like he plays in a little bit of a tiff himself.
Oh, he did trade with Onigiri though, so Jackie, in theory, with 20 seconds remaining, could bring this back. He's watching that study door. So it's better for the moment.
15 seconds to go.
Does not have diffuser control. Knows that there's one in towards games. Gets the diff. He's going to plant it behind the chassis. No toxic canister, so it's going to have to come down to a rotate. Mr. Punch cutting deep. They've been baited off. Jackie pushes in. No idea where Punch is. Oh, that's soul crushing for the Direwolves.
That's so close. Very unfortunate moments. First of all, the ADS canceling out the frag grenade. That was just so carefully prepped. You saw that Jackie saw the Jaeger's head. He saw DC. He saw the head, and he's just like, you know what? I know where this guy is. Mr. Punch is here, and he still loses it just because the AD was prepped. Unfortunately, didn't have the intel on that, and I mean, we saw that last one. Unfortunately, it's losing out on time itself. Elevate playing that as they should have.
They made it work. And that's, yeah, honestly, I think that entire round is going to be a little bit tilting for the Direwolves. I mean, you lose the last round of the half the way that you did. You then lose that round. Given how close it was. And I think they are going to be able to see just how it played out. They know full well that he was pixels off that headshot too, just in behind the bar. A very different world. That could have been a very different result, but not for the Direwolves. Elevate, keep themselves in it with a chance.
There's definitely the highest chance, percentage chance probability of them taking this one away. Reaps is unaware of anyone that might be here. Trying to get a vertical kill, and yes, he collects one as a mark. What a way to open the round. That's your mute as well.
That was colossal. A massive, massive kill. And Mr. Punch, you can see him. He's sort of sitting there wondering, what the heck was that? He can't. This, well, it was my teammate, and I'm here to help him out. Things just keep getting worse and worse. The Elevate roster after that last round, it was so good for them being able to hold fast. Unfortunately, all it's really done is anger Direwolves.
Yeah, it's definitely setting them off right now. He's rotated all the way to the top. Might find another over in trophy. Is taking these positions quite aggressively. Is not really worried about stealth at this point as he's trying to take more duels than anything and loses it on that rotate. Reaps gets taken down by Angry. Yes, with the SMG-11. Does look like Direwolves are finally down their main fragger.
I think, though, far from the end of the world, you look at the other frags on this roster, all of them are actually putting numbers up. Ekan, strangely enough, the one that is sort of lagging behind, but even then, he's still got more than Angry and DCA, so he's not the bottom of the server entirely. Minute 15 on the clock, Onigiri looking to set himself up for the hold. Elevate still have a pretty monumental task on their hands from back, I reckon. Yeah, prime position.
And it's only going to get harder for them over on that defense right now. They've got one Toxic Babe and they've got 2 members left. They don't exactly have the best scores right now, but they have the opportunity to actually take this one away. 2 frag grenades on attack, though. And they could be found in very unfortunate positions. The Khan has taken down. Not sure if he downed him or he killed him. But it does look like the trades end up leaving Angry all alone.
Cheeky little 180 there, but steps out and Souffle. This time he's the one to pull out the headshot and someone who shouldn't be aggressive. My god, what a kill that was indeed. This is, again, sort of what we expected, but Elevate feels some real heat out of the Direwolves camp after losing the last 2 rounds the way they did.
Well, you know, Mr. Meeseeks is pretty scary when you piss him off. So hopefully we see Direwolves really just close this one out. But Elevate are looking, I don't know, they're starting to lose their edge, aren't they?
Yeah. You hate to see Elevate in this situation. They're a team that is continually showing why they're amongst the best in the region, but we seem to have these new contenders almost each stage showing up full of young gunners, ambitious and hungry. Unfortunately, it's not a situation that you can always keep up with.
10 seconds remaining.
Let's talk about new contenders. Look at Reaps. I mean, we spoke about it before. We talked about it all game, but man, 12-6? That's he's picked up at least 1.5 kills every round. And in most rounds, he picked up triples and quad kills. So, I mean, if Elevate have to do anything, they've got to really pick up the fragging because they're losing a lot of these duels. It's not their positioning, it's not their overall strategy, isn't it? They're just straight up losing a lot of these duels and they're peaking where they really shouldn't be.
That's it. It's also just, I think the confidence that is currently coming out of the Direwolves is hard to contend against. When you're going into a gunfight almost 100% certain that you're going to win it, I mean, the numbers tend to back that up.
I mean, you look at the way Reaps is playing these angles as well. It's unlike any other Nook you might see, would atypically be on the other side of the map, stealthily entering through the, I don't know, through barrel, or even slowly climbing up red stairs solo. Here we see Reaps just taking the fights full on, face first. And if anything, using that silent step to get an advantage in very aggressive duels.
Yeah, he's got the nade in hand. Goes to the dice, clears it out if he can't. Trying to put that explosive utility to work, but unfortunately not finding much traction. Angry though, strangely enough, is just around the corner.
Attackers bomb diffuser has been
You weren't
dropped.
quite aware of it, and
Bomb
unfortunately
located
won't
by
be able to
attackers.
find the frag onto him. Onigiri finds Jackie Wu full sending it through the window.
So finally, Elevate have a man advantage. You might be able to make this one work. Magnus goes away that frag, and this last one available to Reaps. They need to get rid of this mute
Attackers recovered the
jammer
bomb diffuser.
in order to get those breaches down. And during that time, they have to keep Souffle alive.
Yeah, they really have a tall task on their hands in this round here. If they want to achieve that point, they're going to have to fight for it.
Just keep them on their toes.
Stray shot goes out, and he's a little confused as to where it's come from. He's going to work his way through, and Angry is watching the door.
Oh my gosh.
Reed, unfortunately, caught looking the wrong way. Pecan, much the same, goes down, and Mark just lines them up and takes them, claims them with the M590.
Like I say, it's the power of the shotgun. Really bringing in some value for Elevate there as Mark cleans up that last round and levels the scoreline before it gets out of hand. So definitely staying within that range of being able to contest an overtime match. Second time around between Direwolves and Elevate. We might see that come again, boys and girls. So just stay tuned. But honestly, the way
Attackers need
Direwolves
to
are playing
locate
with his
and defuse
confidence
bombs.
is fantastic, like you mentioned. It's very hard to defend it. You're just taking a lot of these plays by the reins and you're really running with it. But Elevate's cool disposition
Bomb
so
located
far
by attackers.
needs to be able to pay off. Because they're playing this bipolar game, if anything, right? But so far,
Setting my +1.
it has really hit them in the back and unfortunately not paid off. They need to be able to
10 seconds remaining.
take the angle a little bit more aggressively as Mark did last round. And
5 seconds to
hopefully
go.
we don't see too much of Angry just being patient in the corner. I mean, he stayed there the entire round. He did not move. And surprised he didn't get punished or drone down.
Well, Reaps is already dead. DC8 jumps out the walk-in closet window, finds his one, and he's back in, barricaded out already. Direwolves, I mean, they are unfortunately meeting the Elevate that is, you know, is their strongest form of play. Don't give them time to think, get up in their face and be aggressive.
Speaking about aggressive, Ed, being a very unaggressive operator, IQ bringing in the AUG as well. An operator that's always been very relevant within the meta, but not necessarily the most picked. We will see her swiftly eliminated. I'll stop talking about these guys as they start getting taken off. Pecan gets decapitated as well. ECH, DMR.
Yeah, can we back to bring it down to 2 versus 3? And Souffle with a missed opportunity there. That's brutal. That would have been a massive pick, tying up the player count. Put Direwolves in a great spot to eventually claim that match point. But not to be. Jackie as well, trying to get himself in a position so he can start threatening with the burn. In terms of the no nitro cells, unfortunately, for the needed.
Gains his feet. Exactly connected yet.
Changing
Play
maps.
downstairs trying to find another opening for the rest of the team. When I say rest of the team, there's only one more member. But 2 members really trying to make this one work. Checking every single possible corner to play as paranoid with the game. He's got the beach. This is his last chance, and you've only got a minute left to be able to make this work. 3 members on Elevate stand in their way to them
Loading new mag.
taking match point.
Now hunting for these kills. Jackie anticipating some sort of resentment, but no one in these cheeky little corner cutouts. And Souffle opting into a basement push up the pantry stairs. Knows his barbed wire, now knows there's a player, and yeah, decides that that is not the way to go. Jackie pops the window. I think they're just going to full send through laundry. This almost is the play, the safe one. There you go. You see Jackie setting up towards Memorial. There's the statue window, or bike window open, rather. Angles, long angles. And oh no, it's again a case of wrong direction, wrong time. And Direwolves coming out far worse off than they should have.
Yeah, unfortunately, just over peaking that and having the scope actually block line of sight of the Melusi lying in wait.
Interesting.
Does leave them where they are, but that's a good call, actually.
I mean, Elevate the ones to call the tech timeout off the back of that round win. In fact, a very successful string of rounds. Obviously, they have something that they are just a little bit concerned about going into this, last 2 rounds of regulation. So they're going to try and steel themselves. Coach Laxing, I'm sure, in the ears of the players, giving them as much wisdom as he can in this situation. But I don't know. Direwolves could potentially make it even worse by calling out a timeout of their own.
Yeah, absolutely. Not sure what's happening with Direwolves. A lot of the 2 of the members obviously have their mouths covered. We're not actually exactly sure if they're speaking or if they are hearing anything from their coaches or captains. But we do know
Attackers
that
need
this
to
round
locate
is now
and defuse
underway.
bomb.
They will be getting back into the game. But I think the tactical timeout coming from Elevate is very important because for them, it's not just about them having a good string of games, but it's also about them being able to just see this as a fresh start. I think that's something that Laxing also mentioned in one of his tweets. He called it just because he knows they need to just reset, pretend this is a game starting from 0 and they're just trying to win 7-0. So this is the best time for it, I suppose. They gotta just keep their heads clear because so far that's the only real thing stopping them from taking this win.
5 seconds to go.
I mean, it's exactly it. You're basically back at 0-0.
Attackers must locate
Given
and
that
defuse the bomb.
scores are tied up. 2 rounds secures your win. Winning 1, losing 1. Obviously, we head to overtime, and obviously losing both completely closes it out. So both these teams are in a pretty rough spot. Backs against the wall. ED bringing out the 0 and bring out the Jackal as well. So they are hunting these defenders.
Angry taking a very poor position. We're seeing Smokes these days playing quite aggressively as soft anchors. Flashbang goes up, pulls it towards him. If anything, unfortunately, not exactly what you want to see. Forcing him out of the classical and more peripheral position on his defense and his shield.
Looking at the utility that is there, I mean, you got stuns galore. You got the smokes, you got the nades.
Attackers have located a bomb.
So every Wemai they can burn, not to mention the Flora is completely counteracting the Wemai. So that shield, that common shield in Aviator no longer going to be in play. Unfortunately, not having the mute jammer coverage that they were hoping for in this situation. So Direwolves having already struck a pretty significant blow to their utility.
Beeps. A couple more frags might find more victims, but as he calls out the ping, Mark gets taken down with a clean headshot. There goes your alibi, and one of their top fraggers, the top fragger on Elevate as well, and he's been a powerhouse in many games in the past. So this places Direwolves in the best position possible, but they need to make something happen. They've got a minute left on the clock, and so far they're all holding angles, slowly chipping away at this defense.
Punch! Spotted.
Ooh.
Knees exposed, and Reaps is going to take both caps. Unfortunately, that puts Elevate in an even worse position here going into the penultimate regulation round. You look at the situation, you look at the setup Souffle as well, dropping DCH. This could be a flawless push on to Matt Point, which is only going to make the morale that much bleaker in the Elevate camp. So you want at least a kill, if not a couple. You got to make Direwolves work for it here. Only Geary And Angry X to hold out with 35 seconds. The feet shot out. Onigiri in trouble, taken down by ED. And it is one soul remaining. Angry X to hold fast to play. In for the plant. Angry find an angle. Into anyone, there we go. ED falls. Not going to be a force round. So at least they stopped that from happening. But Angry now has to clutch up against 4 players and a defuse if he wants to deny Matt point here. All task. Even the best times to play though will go down. It's a start. Needs 3 more. Needs to find the heads, but no Reaps is there. Unfortunate round to Elevate, and they will be staring down the barrel of Matt point.
Oh man, match point. Direwolves. I mean, they're either leaving this one with another victory twice over Elevate, or Elevate push this to overtime like they did last in this last endurance. But they have opportunities. This is their last chance. It's a make or break situation for them. They've got to make this one work, and it's been very shaky. It's been very inconsistent from Elevate, and them in that last round losing this punch and mark off the bat, not exactly an ideal situation, is it?
Not at all. I can understand why frustration might be high to Elevate. But they've got this opportunity. They've got the opportunity to push for overtime. You can see the setup. They do bring in the Kaid. They've got the Malusi and Smoke combo, which is so potent at the moment, plus the way my Jaeger to burn all that utility. They're backing themselves into it, giving themselves the best chance to actually take this to overtime.
Wall secure. Reload. Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Well, this is it, boys and girls. That's exactly what we're doing. Elevate and Direwolves playing, you know, one after another, just taking round after round, back and forth. This is unfortunately, this is not peak Elevate. We're seeing them now actually with a full retreat out of statuary, playing around landing instead.
And it's safe not wanting to overcommit bodies, because obviously every single player you lose is a disadvantage that you then have to overcome, while also trying to avoid losing the round in its entirety. The last thing you want is to be caught in some silly position that you are going to kick yourself for later on. Heaps though, that's a cheeky little angle that he's trying to manipulate into a kill. So much information that has been gathered by both teams, and whether or not they can capitalize on it, I think this round will largely be dictated by the gunfights rather than any sort of real strategy.
We're seeing here Reaps, instead of his usual aggressive positions, he's playing this Nook for utility, trying to take out some of those defenses, trying to open up opportunities over on this wall between Master and Statuary. When you're taking a lot of damage from below, just missed by what I assume is a frag grenade.
Attackers have
Reaps
located
finally
a bomb.
picking up onto Mark, maybe finding a second.
First of the 5 dominoes to fall. Back to the angle. Ping's coming through rather. So they will likely have a drone in position, feeding that info through Souffle onto Onigiri. This might be the beginning of the end for Elevate if they are not careful.
Attackers drop.
Fortunately, the Direwolves, they're not going to go quietly. They will lose Reach at the very least, potentially more. Angry pushes up, ducks himself just outside that bathroom door. They are hungry for this. You can see Elevate don't want to go out quietly.
Drop the bomb diffuser.
No. Mr. Punch line gets taken out. Jackie picks him up as he rotates quite aggressively, punishes him for that. And now Angry as well gets eliminated, giving Direwolves the win here. 7-5 Cleveland Villa.
Direwolves pick up the win in regulation. That also propels them into first place by 2 points, barring Fury's match later tonight. And Elevate find themselves out, I believe. Yeah, out of the top 4 for the first time in a long time, Lan. And they will have to wait till next week to get a chance to get back in.
Unfortunately, that is not an ideal situation for Apex Last Hope. So I'm sure within that time, they'll be able to come back together. They are a fantastic roster. Like you said, on paper, they're stellar. They should be, if not the scariest team in the entire region. But so far, they are not. And they're going to need some time to just bring it back together and place some glue in some of the shakier spots.
Yeah, I mean, you look at it, full regulation on Villa here today, but he just, again, I think I go back to what I said. It never really felt like Elevate really had much of a commanding position. They didn't really seem to dictate the pace a whole lot. A couple of those rounds came down to the 1v1 clutches, and I would just say that it was Direwolves' map at the end of the day.
It absolutely was. The performance was very different on both sides, but despite the rounds being very close, we just saw that Direwolves was so consistent, but consistently we're also giving away 600 R6 credits and Operation League Southeast Asia pins.
Make sure you're getting your hashtags, call your shots in chat. We'll be giving away another double of those right now, so make sure you don't miss out for the next one if you do miss out here, because that would be rather unfortunate. All those crispy new esports program skins that are in at the moment. Direwolves have their 416 carbine skin at the moment. Elevate have got, I want to say, an AK-12 skin at the moment. I could be wrong off of that one, but look, 600, plenty for the latest round of them.
Yeah, don't forget that we'll be doing this multiple times in a day. And there are so many chances for you guys to win this, but obviously you can't stack up those wins. So make sure you check in your hashtags in the chat, and also, if anything, add in who you think is gonna win some of these games, because I would love to see what your opinions are and what you guys actually think how these rounds are actually going.
Yeah, I mean, look, we that one was a little bit hard to call. LAN, unfortunately. Further in the bin, you are now solidly in last place.
Mia
has escaped you. So you've got some hard work to do next week, or next play day rather, to make up for it. Right now, you don't have any making up to do. We've got a break to go to. When we come back, we jump on into map 3. Another very interesting, potentially trend-setting matchup. Very next, taking on the Gaming Gladiators to see if they could do one better than last time. We'll see you back soon.
buzz is a warning. It may be the last thing you hear. But I'm the last thing you'll see.
Was hit hard. He'll live. Server room, identify perimeter breach. Over.
Where'd you go? Where'd you go?
Withdraw your men. Say again, Grim. I'm going in. My turn.
What's going on?
What the? Impossible.
Didn't think you spooked this easy.
Micro recon drones. Cute.
You forgot this. The data key on your jugular.
You were saying?
What was on that server?
QCR shipment records. Question is, who wants eyes on it? And why?
Even if I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until I make it. But I can't go back, and having regrets, hitting all the stacks, and that is why we're here. Real one gonna last. Tell me, what are you waiting? Take it over, and this is my year.
Hello, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Halfway done with the evening already, and Direwolves, they do it one better than last time, taking down Elevate and Regulation. Now, though, match 3 on the cards. Very next, the newcomers to the competition here in the Operations League, taking on Gladiators, who, I mean, look, man, I'll be honest, they as well, strangely enough, seem to be struggling with that post-major debuff.
Yeah, they haven't exactly been the most consistent team, and that's made a lot of windows available for rosters like Fury that, you know, ended top 4 last season, but didn't necessarily do the best. It's given them the opportunity to actually really shine. They've come through. They've had a stellar performance so far, and now against a team like Variants, who have progressively and incrementally over time just improved since the season started. Now, Gaming Gladiators, they're going to be put to the test. Can they win this 7-0 like they did on day 1? Most likely not, in my opinion. But how much has Variants improved, and has Gaming Gladiators really, have they improved at all?
Yeah, look, I think the argument can be made that both teams have shown some improvements throughout this stage, but I think the more significant improvement has been made by Variant X. They've taken a couple of very, very big rounds off the likes of Direwolves, off the likes of Elevate, who we just saw. I mean, hell, they even got 2 rounds taken off Fury, who are currently top of the table right now. So that's a pretty big showing in and of itself. So coming into this matchup against the Gaming Gladiators, who is not nearly as strong as they were last stage, I think they feel quite confident. You can see your rosters on your screen there. Gaming Gladiators, again, a team that feels like they should be doing really, really well right now, but still not quite connecting the way they did last stage.
Yeah, there's a little bit, that's just something missing with the roster right now. Today, we're not going to be seeing Ape. It does look like Super Zaddy will be subbing in again. He's done some pretty good work for a sub, and I suppose they're giving the roster a little bit of a chance to breathe together. But you're not wrong. There's something just missing. There's something that they're lacking right now, and it's like they're just they're lacking a little bit of luster, you know, like they're just not shiny anymore. They're still great. They still perform very well. They're still a pretty confident roster, but right now they're seated 4th on this ladder, and it's not great.
Whereas Variant X, I mean, one of these famous, 7-man Southeast Asian rosters that we've been seeing more and more of, they have the flexibility. They have players that can sub in, sub out as needed. So going to this competition, they really do just have the world on their platter, so to speak. But, I mean, going up against an APAC South team once again, they haven't found success yet against an APAC South team. So, I mean, look, for a scalp to claim as their first Gaming Gladiators isn't too bad, honestly.
Yeah, absolutely. And so Variant X has recently picked up another win on their last play day yesterday against Obsession 7-4. So this is their that would have been their 2nd win of the season. So far, not a fantastic record yet out of 7 games, 21-2, but they have been incrementally improving. There have been some rounds and some games where they've actually had quite a few amount of winning rounds, and that was pretty great overall. But so far, does look like Gaming Gladiators with this particular roster is set to perform quite well, and this is Hermosa's first playtime as well.
Yeah, I mean, he was core. I believe Joe replaced him, so Hermosa then moved to a sub position. Now, obviously, with Arpe not going to be here today, Hermosa's back in, ready to go. But I mean, you look at the numbers across the board. You got Joe doing reasonably well, as you'd expect. Rex doing reasonably well. Rahoven doing phenomenally. I mean, a 75 to 38. He is sitting at almost a 2.0 KD.
Yeah, Hover Hurst has been a player that's not only just very storied over in Southeast Asia, but is generally quite well respected as one of the OG names as well. And it's good to see that he's going strong so far, right through the beginning hear right in the Operation League and into the roster like Gaming Gladiators doing so well. Super Zaddy, as I mentioned before, as a sub, has been doing pretty well overall, but does Hermosa have what it takes to keep up with the rest of the roster now that he's finally making his first play day back in?
Yeah, I believe Super Zaddy is now core with Hermosa, so yeah, it should be Ape, Joe, Hoven, Super Zaddy, and then I'm struggling to remember who else they've got in that roster. One sec, of course. I'm going to have to double check things.
Told you.
That's who else is missing today.
Yeah, absolutely. That's another core name. Like he's a player on Gaming Gladiators that has been holding it down for quite some time, and they actually have him at the center of a lot of these plays and a lot of these strategies. They're gonna have to have an interesting strategy coming into this one though for Chalet, as GG are starting on attack.
Although I think now that I remember that Tolji's actually part of the roster, I don't know if he has played in Ops League. I think maybe, whatever the case may be, weekend play days are not for him. Because I just, for some reason, get the feeling that he's been a bit absent, so to speak, which is why we've seen Super Zaddy coming in. Look at that strike! He's got the hair flowing. He's got his snack. He's having a bit of a munch going into the matchup today. So he's fueled, ready to go. He's got the wind in his hair. He's streaking through life. Look at him. He's looking crisp.
Oh, absolutely. He's living for it right now. He's got a bit of sass going on, and we love to see that. Peter not really feeling it.
Not sure what that face was.
He was like, again? Strike, come on. Yeah, the rest of the roster, of course, humoring him, enjoying their time for now. But in stark contrast, Gaming Gladiators, stone cold, all waiting for the playtime, waiting for the countdown to go through. And of course, I'm still wondering what Joe's stream channel is, because the guy with the green screen surely has like some channel, but you know what? If anything, he might be a VTuber and he's keeping his identity secret.
That was going to be my bet. Like, like $5 says he's actually a secret V, like one of those super successful VTubers in his off time when he's not playing Siege. So look, yeah, it is something that I have noticed in my time casting the Operations League. Guys had a green screen since, Operations League, like Malaysia, Indonesia, Philippines, and the Singapore one, and yeah, I haven't seen a stream go live.
You know what? When we get the opportunities to actually interview some of these players, we're gonna have to ask them. We're gonna have to ask them live on stream to dox their own like Twitch channels, because I'm gonna need to watch that stream and see if he's a really famous streamer, VTuber or not. But we're on to the picks and bans, and Flores is getting the boot real quick.
On Chalet, makes a lot of sense. He is quite strong on this map, so it strengthens the power of the Wema Jaeger combo. Nook as well, an absolute fiend on Chalet, being able to get down in the basement through car garage and just finding those off positions to try and catch your opponents unawares. It's better just not having to deal with it, and I can understand why Gavin have opted into that ban. Following it up though, Valkyrie, that one again speaks for itself. Valkyrie, one of the most impactful defensive operators, even despite those nerfs that she suffered in that, not being able to place those cameras outside, she's still pretty scary at what she offers.
Yeah, absolutely. Information is king, and in her case, she is the queen of information here on that defense. Last defensive ban going out, and it's going to be Kaid on a map like Chalet. Hatches are control, and to be able to actually electrify walls at a distance makes him such a key piece, especially with the TSG being able to play quite long range.
And not to mention, you can do some funky stuff with the Kaid in terms of electrifying walls from kitchen down in the basement, and even from the office down into kitchen as well in those positions, which can be very, very hard to figure out as an attacking team. But look, we kick things off as you would expect. Office and master bedroom in play. And you love to see it. It's one of the few maps where she is almost a staple. Frost into killers.
interesting way to start the game. Bringing in
Attackers
Frost
have located a bomb.
usually comes in when you want to slow down a team and check their pace, right? This time around, they're just going straight up the bat. You're gonna go right for it, and you're not gonna drop the ITA. Well, S, do a little bit of work on these walls, creating a lot of line of sight, and that's usually how these library get played. Yeah, they just open up the whole thing. They play from the one wall by the mezzanine or the atrium, and they hunker down. Usually, we see a lot of free kills coming from that angle as well.
Yeah, most definitely. We also. All right, you love a little bit of spectator desync. That was into the barricade, not into the wall. Hoven is not washed yet. I mean, he's spotting a 2.0. Yeah, he's spotting a 2.0 KD. He's not firing half a magazine into a wall.
No. We just don't know it yet. Oh, that's a clean frag grenade. Super Zaddy to take down killers right off the bat.
Well, it's a big kill. I say big kill. It's a kill. Killers more than definitely had his utility already out in play. Shields deployed. And the cross mats as well would have been down and in play. But look, it's a gun off the board, and that's always going to be detrimental.
If anything, that's a pretty key position to be taking off the board as well. Like to be able to open up this this balcony, interior atrium. It's a big thing. The mezzanine is a control point, and they've cleared that for themselves pretty much within the first few seconds of the round.
Yeah, getting some big positions out. Malik as well in a bit of trouble. Zest dealt some damage as well. But it's all starting to come together, Peter. And it's just these stray shots that are connecting. Malik falls. And we'll find the kill onto Hoven. If you leave it in the hands. Oh, what a jump out. It's him. Red and absolutely counteracted. Game of Gladiators. It's down to Zest as the plant will go through Nitro. Oh no! It denied Rex the plant attempt. He's going to be able to get Malik up as well.
This is actually pretty big, considering that technically... Okay, Game of Gladiators Thermite as well. Oh, he's dead. Never mind. Take it back. He's gone. This is a 2-on-2 right now, and this is probably one of the better opportunities they have available. Hermosa is still technically alive, but considering his down but not out position, he's not much help.
Oh dear. I mean, look, your health bars favor Game and Gladiators at the moment. Even with the Saria Gate, play Hermosa will be finished off by Malik. Zest goes down. Big shots on from Joe, who's not going to miss that opportunity when presented. Malik, yeah, straight to the waiting arms. Zaddy, sorry, who's covering the cross from piano window. Yeah, it plays out sort of how you would expect it to. A little bit rocky along the way, but the result is ultimately how you expect it.
It's pretty hard to play from a post-plant position, especially when all attacking members, now on defense technically, leave the building and have external positions. And you've got like, what, 20 health left and a prayer, perhaps? This time around, of course, going to bring back a similar roster, if not exactly the same on this defense, except this time Killis is bringing in the alibi. So maybe deciding to go for a little bit more aggression, trying to pick up a little bit more intel with those holograms, perhaps. Well,
yeah, look, the alibi, the MX4 Storm, pretty potent combo with a shield on top. And that Bailiff being able to pop some hatches and reinforce, or, you know, edit some of the sites. On the whole, pretty well-rounded comp. You've got the shields, all the utility and all. I'm surprised we're not seeing that Wemai come in, being able to defend that top library stairs position, but obviously, Varinex have their game plan against it.
They're going to have to try to make this top 4 work before they give up. I give it one more round, and if it doesn't go their way, swap and just take down the basement defense. Get that out of the way. But honestly, if they can clear this master bedroom defense, it's gonna pay off for them. They had a pretty decent round to begin with. They just need to be able to lock this one in. And unfortunately, they just got caught on some of these rotates. They got caught in some of these positions, and as we saw, I believe it was either Peter. It was Peter that got caught on that run out over by the balcony, over here by the front yard.
Yeah, Super Zaddy read that phenomenally.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it makes you wonder, you know, what could have happened if that had been, you know, the other way around. If Peter had got the one up on the Zaddy, they are getting in so deep. They are getting so much of this positional setup read into, and Zaddy pulled out the bang and nade in that last round. He's on the hunt for players downstairs as well. He picked up a 3K for himself without going down. He's sitting at a 3.0 KD. Hey, look, yes, we're only one round in, but even still.
There we go. 41 left. If the impact goes out, takes out an ADS. Maybe a little bit more. We're unsure of the other utility being put down. But we do know they have an opening to actually get that planned off in office. They got the E1 being popping off now, and it is an opening, but they need to be able to take this one. They have some exothermics left available, and a clear stop to this attack as well. Wow, this coming in big.
Yeah, unfortunately not clearing out their bulletproof camera killers as well, finally getting on the board. Use that MX Force Storm to great effect. So far, it has been a flawless, and Malik down but not out again. Hovenhurst dead. It's all on to Rix. Richard Nixon himself. He as well hasn't seen a huge amount of play. The Operations League, but it's a dual swing. It's a flawless for Very Next to answer back. And we talked about the consistent rise in quality of play for all the teams in this competition. Very Next, they've improved along with everyone else.
That last swing was actually meant to be a double peak as well. So that's actually fantastic by Variant X to know that, you know what, in this situation, he can actually still take us if we go in one by one. They gave him that respect because it is Rix after all. They gave him the respect, and they were prepped to trade that kill. And that's exactly how you have to play that position. They did that phenomenally, and they did very well in that second.
Many bombs as they can.
I mean, look, his name is Richard Nixon, and the other Richard Nixon was known as Tricky Dicky for a reason. I think both Richards, in fact, you know, back that name up. We've seen Rix do some impressive stuff in this time in the competitive siege sphere. Even at a deficit as significant as that one, there was every possibility that he still could have clutched that up.
100%. Thermite might be a support operator, but we all also know him as Fragmite. He has all the opportunities to actually pop
5
off.
seconds remaining.
And it's good that Varian X actually gave him
Attacker's objective is to defuse the
the
bomb.
amount of respect needed to actually, you know, respect that that reverse sweep, that triple kill pop off. So this time around, bring in the Wamai.
Yeah, so, I mean the 5.56 A1 is a gun that is on both Thermite and Oster. The only real difference between the two is one breaks down walls and one sort of puts them up in that shield. So it's not a gun that can't be used to break down. So the fact that Variant X are adjusting their play to this level of high competitiveness that we've seen in this Operations League is just really truly impressive.
The Operations League has been turning out talent lately. If you think about it, it has provided a lot of other teams like Variant X to actually present themselves and compete against rosters like Gaming Gladiators to not only this professional level, but also to a point where, you know, we started to question, like, how are these teams losing rounds to new rosters, new teams, and new names? So it really does show that the entire scene is growing and is developing, and the overall talent is improving over in Southeast East. But now here on round 3, not a single person has dropped. This has taken a little bit of damage. There's still 1 minute and 30 seconds left in order for Gaming Gladiators to get this planned off.
Yeah, he's in that power position, top library stairs with the shield cover. The Wemai Jaeger duo in that breach denial position. Not breach denial, utility denial is what I was going for, but soaking all of those nades that will have been brought to clear out the position. Malik as well from the mezzanine can rotate back towards library should he need to. Looks like there was a shield deep in the corner though of library, which, I mean, that could be a bit detrimental if the attack does find themselves control of it. Homosa, what a swing strike had no chance to react.
Unfortunately, losing that one out. Reaction time. Owen picks one up on Malik. That's 2 members that spot. 3.
Owen does find some traction. With the help, Zest, despite the health, is finding kills. No! Unfortunately, ran out of ammo there. Was going to switch to the secondary. And Joe finally connects, finds the kill, shuts it down. Game of Gladiators will end that Zest reign of terror, brief as it was.
Game of Gladiators decides that the best way to end this round is to throw bodies at the last member, and they just absolutely did that to perfection. And you can see some of them just going straight for the vault over as well for the action shot. Variants
Attackers
trying to
need to
figure out
locate and
exactly
defuse
what's going
bomb.
on, but you know what? Reading into that, they understand that they
Located by
essentially
attackers.
just lost a lot of these duels a little bit too early, and there was a lot of time on that clock still available to them.
Look, I think honestly, there was the possibility that it could have gone a different direction, but unfortunately, I think the number of picks that were found there, even just by Oben, sort of meant that it was very, very uphill battle to compare.
10 seconds left before insertion.
Loading new mag.
5 seconds to insertion.
Round 4 now.
Attackers are
It's,
moving
and
to
this
defuse
is
the bomb.
what seems to actually be
Swapping mags!
a turning point for a lot of teams. We are going to see where Gaming Gladiators really pull away here and you know, leave Variants in the dust, or Variants are going to be able to keep up. And it could be either a 2-4 going towards Gaming Gladiators, or in an unlikely circumstance it's either hot or cold, to be honest with me.
I think the likelihood is Area X. Look, they'll do their best, but I think there is going to be that threshold the Game of Gladiators will hit, and then it sort of just spirals from there. I mean, you look at probably, if I had to pick a number, I'm expecting this to go likely the way of a 7-3 at best. Area X, which I know isn't the most amazingly positive thing, especially with Killers hitting a shot like that, but the numbers tend to, you know, be the way they are for a reason.
Oh,
okay,
my.
Super Zaddy. What was that?
Oh, wow. Okay, Super Zaddy survives on the skin of his teeth, but somehow Strike loses that duel, loses that trade.
Oh dear. You've lost your Zofia though. Where my Jaeger's still in play, which could be a little bit tough to overcome. Luckily, they've still got the 6 flashbangs in the hands of Rix and Joe. So they might just be able to break their way through, excuse me. Look,
I mean,
with
4 frag grenades. I mean, the fact
Yeah.
they didn't kill Super Zaddy leaves 2 frag grenades in the hands of a member that's below half of that roster. Literally a floor below them.
Zaddy commits 1, 2, burning through the nades. In fact, they've used 3 of 4 flashbangs. So frag grenades in fact there already. How does he get away with the kill on a Hermosa?
What?
Rix and Zaddy is so low. Joe is going to have to clutch this up. He does tag Malik in the shoulder. No! He does just flick back, but he loses his health. Super Zaddy is going to have to clutch this one up with no health to his name. Man, what is going on here? The drop back. Malik again!
How?
Escapes disaster. This is insane. Varian X are pulling out the game of their life.
Attackers recovered the diffuser.
This is exactly what they need to be doing as well. Playing chicken and just allowing Zaddy to
15
force
seconds left.
that plant, because that's the only way he's gonna win this. He either finds 2 members
10 seconds to go.
who are playing absolutely chicken and hiding
5 seconds left.
for the next 5 seconds. He might find 1, but he won't find the second. The other member doesn't have to push at all.
He's got the diff though. Will he be out? Zaddy, no, he's not going to have time. Oh, that was a close run thing. But a couple of big misplays, some early damage given away by the Gaming Gladiators. Put Varian X in a great position. They do take the round of Baggett. I feel bad for the poor bloke in Twitch chat. He just said Hermosa's back, and then they lose the round. He won't be back, but whether or not that's a great thing, whether or not that works for Game of Gladiators, we'll have to get to see. And it is a tie currently.
It is. And variants, like you said, playing the game in their life, are strategically playing these post plants
Attackers need to locate
to their advantage. They knew how much time was left on the clock, and they knew they had to actually get that plant down. That he had to get that plant down, and he had some serious skills. He split up, they didn't peek it, and despite picking up that one frag, right, this wasn't enough.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Well, I mean, last time these two teams faced off, remember that, it was a 7-0.
10 seconds left before
One quarter. Game of Gladiators started off on the defense with 6 rounds and then closed it out with the first and second half. We're now on Chalet, which, I mean, in the grand scheme of things, tends to lead that a little bit more towards the attacking side. But the fact that Very Next have already got 2, that's perfect for them. They can quite happily go into the attack and then pick up 4 to get themselves on the match.
Loading bag.
Looks like all members of the Game Gladiators are just doing their best to unload every mag into some of these barricades to open up. Zaddy, a little bit of information, looking for any members lying in wait on that defense. And Joe doing his own job, obviously contributing with intel.
Hunting out these players. Just for some reason, I wonder what he was up to. He's got the super shorty still in hand. I think he's setting up his last little proximity alarm, trying to get in a cheeky little position so it can scout out anyone on the attack, pushing into off angles. But you look at Hermosa already in, they're clearing out down below. And it's because they want to deal with whatever potential flank could come from the garage. I mean, it's such a powerful pinch position, especially on a kitchen dining environment.
Gemini's down.
Yeah, absolutely. They're going to need to be able to take control over that top floor, and maybe even for the defense, really reclaim some of that territory as well. It's going to be incremental. It's actually controlling the site, controlling this attack and this plant, pre and post. Killer's now going to take somebody's angle and lose it out to Hoven. Nice clean headshot from across the fireplace. And in the lobby, Atrium is in control of Gaming Gladiators, and Peter's taking a little bit more damage already.
Copped an impact lifeline shot there and contesting the long-range angle, an MP5 versus an M762 at range, knowing full well that if that is so fair, they are running the 2.0 time scope. Rex for 1, Joe for another, bagging a total of 3 so far in the round. Gaming Gladiators are likely upset with how the match has gone so far, so they're biting back with a vengeance here. In the 5th round, big damage out. Rick's in trouble, caught by Peter Finley, but traded back instantly by Hermosa. With that ARX, Hoven taking some damage to the Toxic Canisters. How does this hit that? Doesn't matter though, unfortunately. It's traded back by Zaddy. They push it down. Yeah, look, he tried his best, but unfortunately his best wasn't enough.
It's not that bad, however. Here now on round 6, variants are actually 2-3, so they're actually in a position to this first round on defense with an even scoreline. A pretty decent position considering that the last time they played off against Gaming Gladiators over on Border on day 1, they lost flat 7-0. And that was embarrassing. It was a very hard entry and initiation into Operation League. It was like, hey, welcome. Here's a fire pit. Walk across it. This time around, of course, an icy map, a little bit cooler for them. They're gonna be able to actually, they have been so far, be able to actually find a nice couple of opportunities. That last round, however, was not their best. Unfortunately, leaving Zist all alone. Wasn't their choice, but unfortunately wasn't the best position for him either.
Yeah, you sort of make the situation you're in. Even then, you can't make it. So, right now, Killers Back on the front, the Azami making its first appearance on Chalet as well, which I'm surprised had abandoned Taboo. Rather interesting lineup on the defense for the very next crew. They're going to be doing their best. Already Game Gladiators wasting no time in scouting info out.
Hopefully they've found enough info to tell them that there are some frost mats waiting for them. Don't want to be caught out. And don't want to be lying in a bear trap in an awkward position, of course. But you know what? They've got one nitro cell on that defense. I'm wondering if Malik's going to be able to pull off something sneaky or something a little bit tricky. We haven't seen any C4 kills so far. We've seen a couple of vertical... Ooh, nice shot by Hoven.
Strike, yeah, Strike has really been targeted. I say targeted. I don't think... I wouldn't say it was deliberate, but yeah, he's been shut down quite significantly enough. And that's big. Yeah, good player. Killer's trying desperately to clear out what he can. But, no, unfortunately not going to find the kill. It's Malik instead to drop Hermosa, and that's, yeah, that is a big kill. You Nomad off the board. You have to hope for Gaming Gladiators that Hermosa at least got a couple of those edges.
Just a little bit off the board makes that a little bit easier for that defense to play around, doesn't it? A nice little trade. Malik takes a lot of damage, does a little bit, but escapes with his life, essentially. That's the most important thing. Still taking a lot of these angles very aggressively, though. It's like he doesn't really value his life, but he knows that he needs to be able to stop them from entering the building as a whole in order to really play his role. Oh, jeez.
Again, it just slows down this mid-round play.
Man.
So, taking Malik off the board. And he's not a standout fragger for the team, but it's a gun off the board too. It is the main thing, just having guns on and in play. And oh, Peter, that is a very white screen for him going to the final 25. He's going to be out as well. Oh yeah, no, they're not going to be able to deny the wall, but look at that. Zest from the flank. It's the power of the garage flank coming into play. And Zest is just able to get away with it. Time, 10 seconds left. ADS eats Super Zeddy's right. They've got to get down here. Hoven has to pull Zed into sight. He's going to get tagged in the ankle, and Zest single-handedly claims the round for the team.
Operators, you have
and
run
Varian
wow.
X, somehow with the heist of the season, take the half and 3-3.
Stolen opportunity from Variants, taking away from Gaming Gladiators, actually leads to a very satisfying victory by time. So we're seeing here, you know, Variants, despite Malik, I didn't think Malik needed to peek that ankle at all. He didn't even be there. But I suppose in turn, him, you know, relinquishing that position,
need to locate and defuse
the one member peeking outside from the trench, did give Gaming Gladiators that false sense of security that no one else was there. That allowed this to guard that spot over by the staircase to come for a flank from garage. And that made all the difference because that double kill opened up so much and made it very defensible for Variants to actually take that round.
10 seconds to insertion.
Oh, yeah.
5 seconds to insertion.
Yeah, Gaming Gladiators.
Attackers
Rounds that they've lost
the bomb.
have been, I mean, mentally speaking, brutal. I mean, you look at that last round, you lose your Nomad first, and then Zest is able to get away with a double kill pinch up basement fireplace stairs. In the bin. Your mental is in the bin right now.
Oh, let's hope they can recover from that because it's going to be an absolute shame if Gaming Gladiators actually lost to Variants. Now, I'm not saying Variants don't deserve this win because if they're working for it, they definitely do. But it's Gaming Gladiators we're talking about. A roster that ended up first place last season in Operation League. and they also recently took out another minor, right? The Aces RG Masters. Yeah, and
this is
look,
min-maxing right now.
bro,
He's gone.
Literally got caught. I'm telling you, man.
He's gone from the triple kill in the last round of the half, flanking through basement, jumping into a cross mat in the first round of the attack. It is very inexact. It works both ways. What's the even say?
Oh, that's a nice one. There we go. Joe gets taken off. Formosa takes a lot of damage. Traded out for Malik. Now Formosa gets taken down as well. Like, all members are falling down, as Variant X only have 2 left. A Heart Breacher and a DMR, an EBR, obviously, like nothing to scoff at. Like, definitely a fantastic weapon, an amazing operator that has so much utility, especially with those EMP impacts. But that's not a lot, considering that now they have to find a way to get this plant down, or if not, actually take out the last 3 remaining members of this team.
I'm gonna be honest with the way that Varinex are playing. I could see it happening. You got an MK14 and an AK12, 2 very, very powerful guns in the ecosystem of competitive CTA. No frost match there, don't you worry. Peter as well, getting control of the cameras.
Ooh, that's big.
That is colossal, especially, I mean, you've got 3 players dead who are now also operating cameras.
Oh.
So this could be this is exactly what Varinex need right now. For Strike doesn't know that there's a player close. Dude, my guy, you've got control of the cameras. Hoven thumbs up too. I don't know what, dude. They're your cameras too now.
Oh my gosh. A massive misplay, if anything, if you think about it, right? As soon as they got the cameras, Peter actually shot out the camera and over by the mezzanine. Like, why? That's what you wanted. And that was a key camera as well. It had all the angles over in the atrium. And they just took that away from themselves. Like, sure, okay, like you had control technically over mezzanine and the stairs, right? But you could have had...
That's where Hoven was, though. He was
exactly.
sitting in the library, sticking his head through the hole in the wall.
Yeah, I mean, and you could have seen that from the camera. You definitely could have. Or let's say you couldn't, right? Let's say you technically could. Theoretically. The rotation, Peter could have rotated upstairs, and that camera would have just allowed them, like, you know, the dead members of that team control and information over anyone that might have rotated downstairs. And that was exactly what I believe, yeah, like you said, that caught them downstairs as well, that came to that rotation. And it would have made all the world difference. But unfortunately, turning up both the cameras, the one on the rear stairs and below, it's just counterintuitive is the word I'm looking for.
Yeah. That is yeah, in a nutshell.
You said it right. You said it right. The difference was both ways for variants.
And Varinex as well, picking up the Monty now, leading into that diff, knowing full well that Strike is having an abysmal game. He's 1-6, so let's at least use it to soak some of the bullets for the rest of the team. And honestly, it might even just be, you know, soak some damage so this. Honestly, that is my biggest frustration right now. So you've got a player like Zist on this Varinex roster who is fragging. He's 10-5. He is one of the only members, in fact, one of 2 members on Varinex. There is 40% of this team that are currently positive, and they stick him on the Nomad. Malik is 3-6. Switch the roles up. If Zest is feeling hot, put him on something he can frag on.
Hey man, the ARX is not something you want to scoff at. It is a there we go. He's gone.
Put him on something that he can frag on. Don't put him on flank watch. He is hot today. More teams need to do that. I'm sorry.
Man's hot. Let him frag. Give him the ash. You know, like, give him an operator, like, Jackal. I don't know. Something with a really good weapon that's very defendable.
I mean, if he still wants to use the ARX, give him the Iana. Put Peter on the Nomad. Like, it's one of the most bizarre things I've seen in the world of competitive Siege. If someone is fragging, enable that. Do not just say, oh, but his role is flank watch. If he is doubling the next highest kills on your team, give him a gun that he can make the most of it with.
Oh my gosh. Okay, Joe picks up a nice headshot on the killers, and that takes away some frag rates. It takes away their sledgehammer. He did a little bit of reconstruction, sure, but they've only got 49 seconds left. This attack needs to work. They brought the Monty. They're not using the wall. He's all alone right now, and Malik is trying to duel it out. Peter trying to duel it out. They need a little bit more backup. Strike's gotta make something happen. The Monty is literally walking by a soft wall, looking down the other way. Shield up, and walk through.
Oh no!
Oh wow!
Somehow he's allowed to get away with that, unpunished, and we're back in the 3 vs 3. But there's only 18 seconds remaining, so Direwolves want to hope to try and win this round. They need to start pulling the trigger and getting up in faces. Thrown out, Strike is gone. There's no more Monty. Rix has dealt with it, but Rix has traded out. Zaddy trading Malik once again, so it is 1 for 1 for 1. It is on Peter to clutch up, and he just can't against Joe. And I mean, it's Joe, formerly of Invictus Gaming. He's been one of the biggest rosters, one of the biggest orgs to come into Siege, and of course he's going to be hitting those shots.
Oh, absolutely.
And honestly, you know what? I'm going to say it. Give Zist Buck. Just give him Buck. It's still a little bit of utility that you could bring into the fold. Stop putting on Nomad. The guy, the biggest shot. Yes, he can still do that with Nomad, but Nomad has other priorities.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, like, for everyone that doesn't know what we're talking about, the utility that Nomad brings is completely wasted on someone trying to enter a site and focusing directly on that, or trying to create line of sight to find kills. As a suggestion, they bring Buck is completely about just creating opportunities. There we go! Surely they heard us. Surely they heard us. Lock that in. Come on.
10 seconds.
I swear to God, Zist. If you don't stick with this, I'm writing a complaint to someone.
5 seconds remaining.
Don't tease us like this, Zist. Come on. Oh, there we go. It's
Attackers
real.
are heading out to the view.
Thank God.
This makes
Now
sense.
we can
This
actually
makes
shoot
sense.
back.
This makes sense. Strike bringing in the thermite as well, so this is pretty important, and it's a pretty big thing. The fact they're gonna bring the thermite in matters, especially for.
Honestly,
I'm out of words.
I'm not sure that hitting up here is the play, but look, again, at this stage, the fact that he's on Buck is enough for me. Like, you'd almost want to send it through Car Garage, contest Solarium stairs, because Buck is so good on this map. Being able to open up from the garage. Peter, E1D out, finds some motion, no more Wehrmite to be played, which you take killers as well.
Ooh.
So I complain that Zest is not being enabled. They keep him on they put him on the Buck finally, and everyone else starts showing up and finding kills. I'm done.
Look,
I'm just done.
systematically, casters are just proven wrong all the time. The next thing I'll say is that GG take an L here, but then out of nowhere, you know, they don't. So it really is just a roll of dice, man. But oh my gosh, Alex, hello. And again, hello. A nice pickup with the Claymore, taking out Rick on that run out, leaving Joe all alone. Yeah, we talk about how this guy is like an amazing player. He gets taken out by Peter, gets the refrag immediately. Varus fight round 9 in a very unexpected match. Look at that! What is that rotation?
So I've spent the last 2 rounds just bemoaning Variant X's approach to the game, not enabling Zist. They put him on an operator where he can actually frag, and then all of a sudden the rest of the team's like, hold on, he's got enough, it's our turn, and they all just show up and frag out in what was a dominant round. Just, who cares? I don't care what you pick him. Like, forget Zist. His friendship with Zist is over. The rest of the Variant X crew are my boys now.
What can I say, Panda? This is turning out to be
Asian Rainbow Six Siege is really a roller coaster.
At its peak. This is exactly why we're here, right? We love this. We want this more and more often, but man, it is
10
inconsistent.
seconds left before
And man,
insertion.
it is giving me anxiety.
5 seconds
It
remaining.
is a wild ride. It
Oh.
truly is. Of course, Hoven is prepping a spawn peek. Yeah, so he preps the window, shoots the window regardless, and he's not going to find anything. Southeast Station Siege, baby.
Love it. You love to see it. At least he's trying to do it. But
Honestly, I think it's almost getting to the point where it's like, if I don't know what I'm doing, how could they know what I'm doing?
And you know what? That's the APEC. That's the APEC. The ace in the hole for APEC, isn't it? Like, half the time when we ever make the main stage, it's like, these guys are just super aggressive. And then everyone on the APEC side are like, yeah, we just wanted to have fun.
Us and LATAM, it's the full court press, the full send. If you slow down, you die, unfortunately.
Oh yeah,
So, right.
this is the Matrix, man.
Oh
That's
boy.
blazing.
Oh boy, the ping.
Do it.
Oh no! The secondary ping came out, but Zipist wasn't able to jump. Okay. No, never mind. Super Zaddy's there. Of course. Of course.
Well, they're not gonna let him get away with a second
Just
flag.
just when you think he might be able to start fresh, it's not to be. Zist is done. He's had his run.
on duty.
10-7 is a bit more of a believable scoreline, but he's still definitely leading that roster in frags. Super Zaddy picks up another 2 to him now for a double. Malik gets taken out. That's a lot of value on that Zofia. We mentioned it before. That lifeline bringing a lot of nation and.
Look at he's just a +10. He is just ripping and tearing. Strike's in trouble. Peter's in trouble. Direwolves are about to concede map point. And well, they do take Hoven down at the very least. And I think it's one round further than I gave Direwolves going into this. Rex will shut down Peter. Strike is stuck, trying to get into the base. Yeah, we go. Alright, Ace is just that little bit too tall, apparently. Unlike Ace in real life, who is not too tall.
True. But now all members of GG are going to do the same thing as we saw before. They're all literally sprinting for him. They are looking for this guy. They're found him on that rotation back. Rix finds him with a nice little one-tap to the back of the head.
Regardless, I mean, all the VM and Smack talk aside, it is worth noting the first time these two teams played, 7-0. 7-0 victory from Gaming Gladiators. Now, worst case scenario for Veronix, it's still a 7-4, which is a colossal improvement, even after 7 play days.
7 play days, if you think about it, it's only 7 games, and that's not a lot to actually bring in big changes, fundamental changes to your team and how you play. Baron X are showing up in a way where, yeah, sure, they're only with, like what, second last place on the leaderboard right now.
But you got to remember as well, Strape has played this cup and the Summer Cup, and Veronix is already doing better than a Strape.
Yeah, it's sad to say that, but it's absolutely true. They've made, like I said, colossal improvements. And right now, they're actually contending against one of the best, if not currently, technically,
well, I mean, off of the back of stage 2, they were. Gaming Gladiators were one of the 2 best teams in the region.
Yeah.
Now though, it's a different story, but we look to the past. We're a nostalgic bunch here.
Attackers are moving to the bomb.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, like, it's all about understanding the history of all of these teams as well, and how they've rotated the rosters that have come and gone. If anything, if you remember.
I mean, technically, obviously you got to remember Apex South being played with 1 less team, so buys need to be taken into effect. So technically, Gaming Gladiators are actually tied for second with Elevate, because they've got 2 wins and 1 loss. So I think the Apex standings don't quite represent how well they do. So I say, look, they haven't had the same success, but they're still not doing badly.
Oh no, not at all, not by any means. The EE1D gets popped. No massive pushes from the attack. Despite that, they are slowly incrementally making their way through the map. Mallet getting a hot drone right through up the Solarium stairs, pushing up into the bathtub as well. Thought the water jet was ahead, pre-firing literally every angle. He gets caught off the corner. Even I didn't see that.
It was a hit, apparently. Just not quite the hit that he was looking for. And Joe, the fact that he was able to get away with it, yeah, Joe's found 2, in fact, in that position. Where he was well and truly known. And Hermosa back into the corner. Hermosa just steps back into the room and wins it. Luckily, Zest and Peter are there, back to 2 versus 2. They're not quietly going. Zest back onto the Nomad and he's finding kill. What is this world that we live in?
Oh, I'm telling you, man, like this is an alternate reality where Nomad is an entry fragger. You know, self-sufficient entry fragger that can cover his own tracks. Oh my gosh. Okay, he's on like he's a bullet away from getting this.
Oh, the white screen for Zaddy. The 2 top fraggers in the server about to go down in this battle of the minds. What? Nomad is no more. It's Bromad, and he is here to play.
That is such a Chad play. I cannot believe he double peeked that and won. I cannot. Wow, I'm surprised. That should not have happened.
So I suppose you got a thermite that's getting kills is a fragmite. Is a nomad that's getting kills is then like a big man because they're
a big man.
They're just getting real. They're just on an absolute heater, and so they're not having any of it anymore. This is can't find a kill. Does the rounds, comes back to Nomad, goes, oh, actually, you know what? It wasn't an operator problem. It was just, I wasn't hitting a shot. And then he goes and gets a 4K and clutches up around to guarantee us full regulation. Chance we see overtime.
There is a chance we see overtime. And you know what? I want to see it happen. I want to see Various take last season's champion and the recent winners of the ROG matches who are going to Thailand, by the way. These guys are being flown out to Thailand, and they're going to be able to. They might take them to overtime. This is massive for a team like Variance who have just set foot into Operation League. Imagine. Oh my gosh. I mean, okay, so this is swapped to Sledge, and I think this is more in line with what we expect them to play. Still has a rifle similar to the ARX.
Oh, look. I don't even know what to make of this competition anymore. These 2 teams battling it out, fighting tooth and nail. Rex is trying to fit. Super Zaddy is prone on mezzanine. As Jaeger trying to contest that library window. If he gets a kill, I just don't even know anymore. That should just not be allowed. Okay, he's not doing it anymore. But we, haven't quite touched on the fact that there is, in fact, a special operator. We've got the cam, the instrument and all devices.
Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
Very next, you're gonna have to check their windows.
They're gonna have to do their chores. They have 1 logic bomb on that attack left. They've got a lot of utility available, and they've got 2 frag grenades still in their pockets. They've got so much available to them, and they have a whole minute and 38 seconds left, so there's a lot of time available to them. And now that the Gemini replicator got taken out, they know how to play this angle, and they know how to actually move in. They just need to find the opening. They'll need an opening kill to start the round for them.
Time. I mean, yeah, you can understand why the Flores ban came through now. Unfortunately, it's fighting very next. We take 2 quick kills. And as you Frost and Zaddy's gone 2. It's all down to Hoven. And barring some miracle, Variant X are about to take the game in Gladiators to overtime here on Chalet. Who would have thought? I gave them 3 in my prediction at the start of the map, and they've done double that. My God. Game in Gladiators. Whether it's them going down, never mind Hoven. He's found 2. What more can he get? He
sure
needs to
he-
find some big kills. Nitro above. He pops it. But I think that may be all he can get in the tank. Shots on, player on the hatch, and he's gone. Veronix, we're going overtime. My God.
Oh, man. You can see the bittersweet emotions and expressions on Gaming Gladiators contrasted to Malik and the rest of variants who are celebrating the fact they're making it this far against a storied, renowned team like Gaming Gladiators, who are just so well known for just being dominant, for being aggressive, for being so well placed. What is happening with that roster and how they're taking these rounds? I don't want to say it's Hermosa, because Hermosa, yeah, sure, he's not having a great time, but he's still an experienced player. Oh boy.
It is what it is. I think it's unfortunately all you can really say. You keep moving forward. Gaming Gladiators. I mean, what? It has been even on the half. Yeah, well, that's the thing. 3-3 halves on both sides. And Gaming Gladiators might have the defense first, but I can't say that it's a distinct advantage.
Yeah, I
5
mean,
seconds remaining. Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
if variants win this, like, that, I mean, that just means that it just means that the scene is healthy. You know, that it's growing in competition. The talent is rising, and there's new stars and new names I'm keeping an eye out for. Gaming Gladiators, they've got to secure this lead. You know, like you can only use saving strats as an excuse so often. Because in the end, even if you're not using like core strats, there are still ranked strats. There are still core gameplay and like general game sense that you need to keep in mind in how you actually execute. Because that should always be fundamentally key.
I'll give them a call.
I mean, the one takeaway is there is a 7-point gap between 5th and 6th currently, which is currently where Veronix is sitting. So overtime means that maximum 2 points. Even then, you're still 5 points clear. If they elevate, even Gaming Gladiators are 6 points clear because they get the 1 point minimum. A loss, not the end of the world, but again, Super Zaddy shut down. I think Veronix in nothing. It's just the fact that they are so close to striking at an Apex South team. Motivation is overwhelmingly there for them.
Gotta be putting on their best game face for this one. Will flashbangs go through?
You'd have to argue it means that it's so much more a win for Veronix than it does for the Gaming Gladiator.
Oh, absolutely. This position in itself is already a victory. Peter sees the head, collects Hoven, takes a little bit of damage himself. See a couple of trades go in favor of Variant X.
There is 6 Claymores in play. I only just noticed. But Joe doesn't care about Claymores because he's just found 2 kills. My God, Land, this is just insanity.
I cannot right now. Look at Gaming Gladiators. 2 members could be taken out with a bullet each. Bullet to the foot. Oh, and Hermosa just barely escaped his life from that one. Malik? Malik? Who took that trade? Hermosa, surely.
No, I believe it was... Yeah, it was Hermosa, I think. I swear it would have been the Jaeger. But Malik, Toxic Canisters, there's 25 seconds in play. There's 1 remaining, so Peter is going to have to likely be... No! Malik into the frost, man! It's on 50 seconds. One's the first, both players are low. He just needs to take the bullet, 1 each. The canister and Rex with the SMG-11. Oh, rough.
What a...
Absolutely rough. And with that, Gaming Gladiators only need the 1 more to secure the victory here on Chalet. But even still, the damage is done.
What an absolute mess. Hey, what a mess around. If they didn't bring 6 Claymores... If they didn't bring 6 Claymores, I think the attack could actually won if they had more flashes and if they had a couple of frag grenades to actually, like, strategically play that. But That was
Attackers
too
need to
close for
locate
comfort
and
for
defuse
Game of
any bombs
Gladiators.
if
They
they can.
barely got that one.
Oh dear. Honestly, the one person I really put in the situation is Gladiator's social guy who's been sitting there waiting to post the score since it was 6-3. And here we are. I mean, what? 4 rounds later, and it is not a done deal yet.
Wait, let me just double check something.
10 seconds remaining.
No, I was just wondering what time the social guy or the gaming gladiators was
seconds
sitting
left.
on, but it looks like it's only like 3 p.m. for him. So
Attackers are moving out to
it's
locate
not like
a
he's
bomb
sitting
and
up at
defuse
like the middle of the night trying to do socials for this, but he's definitely sitting here like on the edge of the seat, not sure which graphic to put up. He's trying to figure out exactly what to do.
They're considering whether or not to delete the folder that's full of memes for when they win, because they may not win. Oh dear. Even still, even with a round advantage for the Gaming Gladiators, I still couldn't call it. Because now we see Gaming Gladiators on the attack, which, I mean, yes, it was 2-3-3 halves, but the attacks look shakier for both teams.
And you know what? Your prediction on a lot of these shakier teams does seem to pan out your way correctly. So we'll have to see how that goes down. Barbosa now on the Nomad. We've seen round and round again. Actually bring that one back. Rotating down to Mud. They're just trying to place something out. A drone. Tracing Malik does seem to get away. So unfortunately losing out that on the dimension as well. You can see that come through. Takes a whole lot of damage. Doesn't trade much back either.
He does connect the shot on the Zaddy. That's a huge amount of damage, but Zaddy says he's not done yet. Malik will be chased down. Oh boy. Yeah, this is honestly I think this is just pure reactionary play from both teams currently. Knowing full well that it is really whoever just swings the hardest that is likely the one to walk away. Oh. I mean, they're investing heavily into clearing these players out.
If anything, right? These players, like, most of the members on GG were just hunting him down for a decent amount of time. Going down was never ideal, of course, because they gave up that fourth position. And that's a DMR that's very deadly off the board. But now Peter is throwing out these toxic babes to deny a little bit more time. They got 56 seconds left on the clock. Be able to make this one work. And it does look like Killers is going for long angles with that MX4.
I see what I do it too with 1.5 times. So, look, you're running down to the final 40 seconds. 2 toxic canisters remaining, which is plenty of coverage. And that is a bleak situation for the Game of Gladiators. They may not be able to push through it in Hoven. Clean back by Zeston as Knight for Azali, who's lining that angle up for the longest time. Toxic canisters in both committed, but Zaddy answers back with a big frag grenade out the window. Peter finds Humos a mid flashbang throw. Zaddy goes down, Killer on the job, finishes it off. And Joe, make that just Joe.
Wow!
Land, we are going full regulation rounds, barring some miracle lineup.
What?
Joe finds one, he needs 2 more. None of them are peeking. Behind the shield, Peter, what are you doing? No, Peter, no! And it's just this, he's going to play
Operators, you are out of time.
Fast for the win condition. We are going full regulation, full 15.
It's like history repeats itself, isn't it? Joe in the same position he was before, losing out on time, literally hunting down the last few members of Variants as they start to play chicken. And they try to time because they have possession at that user. And they're doing that very well, by the way. They're doing that very well. 7-7.
In one of 2 matches played, Gaming Gladiators take it. So in the other, it is guaranteed to be an 8-7, which possibly could still go the way of very end. That is, you talk about turnabout being fair play. Indeed, it is. I feel bad for all the channel point bettors. Someone is going to have a bad day.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
This makes it's moments like this where my predictions would be like, oh yeah, Bears have been doing okay in the last few games. I'll put them down for my predictions this week. and then I get baited out because maybe they don't have enough time. But it's moments like this where I want to bet on them, and I want to say
5 seconds to insertion.
they're gonna win this one, because when it does happen, it's so
Attacker's
satisfying.
objective is to
Even when
defuse
they
the bomb.
lose it out this close, full regulation, 7, 8, 8, 7. It's so worth it. It feels satisfying, and that's what we're here for. Southeast Asian Siege is definitely on the rise. It's definitely improving. It's definitely got some very good moments, fantastic moments as we've seen here today, tonight, the 8th day of Operation. But what a roller coaster it's been.
You look at it, Zeddy and Ziz. The only thing separating them is a single death. Both of them have singles. One's with 9 deaths, one's with 8. It's just colossal hero showings so far. There's still a possibility we even get the 20 bomb of Zista or Zaddy. They're shot.
Gonna be a performance that, like, one of these guys is gonna end up with a performance rivaling that of Onigiri. Probably won't.
I mean, Onigiri couldn't even pick up a win. Like, he couldn't even get to overtime with his team. So they're already doing better. Elevate.
Which is absolutely wild if you're thinking about the prospects of it as well. But this time, Joe bringing around the Oryx, trying to play a little bit more aggressively, trying to have some very interesting rotations perhaps. It is a map, of course, with a lot of hatches. He has a lot of options available to him. This time around, Killers with flashbang to follow in with the frag grenade. He's blinded as well, so that puts a stop on his own push. He's got the beacon trigger, allowing GG to actually place himself in a better position to collect their top fragger.
There he goes. This is done today. Unfortunately, there's no coming back to him in later rounds, as this is the last one, of course. That just puts so much more on the shoulders of Varian X, and Hoven may not be having the best game of his life, but it's a kill that was much needed for the game in Gladiators. If nothing else, the one takeaway from Varian X, they pushed it the full distance after going down as quickly as possible the last time they played. They made game in Gladiators bleed in this matchup. It is not done yet. There's still 3 of them on the board. A couple of kills here to equalize, and this could be still potentially their game.
There will be the...
Is he gonna cross? Surely not. Yeah, Malik tried to cross.
It was so much damage from this. This is not a great thing to do. What is happening?
Strike goes down. They were hunting a player they thought was behind the piano. No! Too many targets, and it's a bailiff kill from Hoven. A flawless round from the Gladiators. The tenacity, unfortunately, does not carry them the full distance. Varian X, the young upstart, shut down. And Killers, I mean, look, capital TFM, thank you for match. Varian X, if nothing else, made Gaming Gladiators push to the absolute limit. And look at it. Joe and Zist both finished 17 and 10.
I just don't know, man. Like, it was a performance to relish in, and just to, like, both teams played out of their minds. I would say maybe even Gaming Gladiators didn't perform as well as they should have performed.
But I mean, you got to remember, RP wasn't there. So
yeah,
it is not the standard fight for
absolutely
Gaming Gladiators. But
absolutely,
that should not take all from, Varian X's performance, because it was outstanding.
100%. I don't think that last few moments in that last round, like that cross, I don't think that was the play. There were definitely other ways they could have played that site. They could have had so many other options on how they wanted to attack. I'm not gonna get into it, but this is the end score, of course, on Chalet. Gaming Gladiators taking away 1 round over Variance in a full overtime match. Lose 2 rounds by time.
I mean, the crazy thing is Varian X and Gaming Gladiators, neither team let their opponents get more than 2 rounds strung together. Like, it was an incredibly tough matchup. Neither team having a distinct advantage held for very, very long. And I mean, you look at it, it's mirrors, round for round, traded back and forth in the first half, then 2, 1, 1, 2, traded back again in the second. So it was impressive seeing Varian X going pound for pound with the Gaming Gladiators.
Fantastic turnout, really. And honestly, another fantastic opportunity for everyone watching to win some R6 credits. Because, you know, maybe if you guys got that new skin buff, you might be able to perform the same way too.
Well, I mean, the thing, Gaming Gladiators is the freshest team in Apex now. They qualified beginning of last year, eliminating Order, taking down ANZ's Hopeful Bliss. And very next, could find themselves in the very near future with an opportunity like that, offer performances like that. I mean, if you could take Gaming Gladiators the distance, maximum overtime, who's to say you couldn't do it again to someone else?
Absolutely. They've got all the opportunities available to them in the future as well, and especially as young talent that's very fresh on the scene. Looking forward to see their names turn up in more and more leagues and more tournaments, and hopefully some more often in some of these broadcasts.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the match that I would have expected to go full overtime. In fact, it would have been our second match of the evening, the Elevate Direwolves match. In fact, I said at the very start, you know, I'm expecting this one to be likely a 7-3. It then goes Gaming Gladiators' way. But it wasn't the case. Our next matchup, though, our last matchup of the evening, Fury versus Strape, unfortunately is a battle of the bottom and the top of the table. Fury, technically not at the moment, but with the if Fury win it, it will be, of course, because currently Direwolves have snuck that away with their victory over Elevate. But main top of the table versus bottom of the table. When we come back after the break, Fury versus a Strape to close out the evening. See you soon.
Lost control, looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. Can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, look so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I see your hands. Delilah, don't you know my eyes see your hands. Delilah, don't you know my gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. Can't get ugly, trust it.
The faint buzz is a warning. It may be the last thing you hear. But I'm the last thing you'll see.
Was hit hard. He'll live. Server room, identify perimeter breach. Over.
Where you go? Where you go?
Withdraw your men.
Say again, Grim.
I'm going in. My turn. What's going on? What the? Impossible.
Didn't think you spooked this easy.
Micro recon drones. Cute.
You forgot this. The data key on your jugular.
You were saying?
What was on that server?
QCR shipment records. Question is, who wants eyes on it? And why?
Even if I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until I make it. But I can't go back and having regrets. Hitting all the stacks, and that is why we're here. We're one gonna last. Tell me, what are you waiting? Take it over, and this is my year.
Coming back into it with one match remaining, Lan. We've got an absolute heater on our hands. Not quite the same caliber, I think, as our last match, but it's going to be that chance for Fury to stretch their legs a little bit going into the second half of the round robin, of course. Not to mention, you know, again, it's just righting the wrong that they suffered back in Gladiators 6, where they suffered their first loss against Direwolves.
Yeah. I've got no words, man, honestly. But hey, you know what? We're going into a game where I suppose a Strape are essentially going to be trying to pick up as many rounds as possible. I don't see them actually taking this one away. Fury are obviously trying to get as much of a round differential as possible so that when they take that first place, it's going to be as impactful for their performance as it can be. It's not just about picking up a win, because eventually if another team picks up the same amount of points, which is very possible, by the way, right? That round differential makes so much matters so much in the grand scheme of things, and a Strape have to really just be a real thorn in their side.
Yeah, look, it's one of those situations where You know, more than like, I think you're looking like, I think a good 85 to 90% chance of you getting your absolute foot crushed in the door, so to speak. So yeah, honestly, it might even just be a case of just at least even try and have a little bit of fun.
Yeah, I mean that's what it's about at the end of the day. If you're not having fun competing, why compete at all? So
that's the one.
Yeah, I mean look at them. They're all smiles over there on a strip, except Pig G, who for some reason doesn't want people to say anything. But cool. I might just stay silent for the rest of this game. And saying that though, Fury of course all very stylish, prepared for the right moment to actually strike, and they've been performing so well. Like you said, they have suffered one loss. But you know what? It's okay. It's not the end of the world, and they're performing so well.
It was an overtime loss, and it's not, again, not the end of the world. You're only conceding one extra point that you gain, and they still hold the lead over the Direwolves. Well, actually, no, that's not true. They don't currently, but if they win this, they will get that lead back, of course. Even if they do just win it in overtime, I believe they still then take the lead back on round differential, which they currently hold over Direwolves. Understandably, given how well. Actually, no,
they're down. They're down 2.
Technically, yeah. Okay, so it's technically tied.
Yeah.
I know. It was tied going into today. There you go. Numbers, not easy.
Numbers very hard. Our job, speak. And saying that,
there you go.
Yeah.
Honestly, it's one of the biggest talking points about this roster. Stage one. Stage one is one that I think Fury would rather not have associated with their brand. Understandably, 0-7, one of the worst runs outside of, I think, actually, no, I don't even think Order had an 0-7 stage. But that all changed. Stage 2, they came out of the gate some other demon. They picked up I9, they picked up BG Man, both formerly of that Elevate roster, and then they've come into stage 3 and done one better. They are topping the table in Apex South. They are topping the table, well, they were at least coming into today, and likely will be by the end of today as well. They have taken, I mean, this is the comeback story that teams dream of, going from an 0-7 stage at the beginning of the year to one where they could likely make the major by the end of it.
Yeah, absolutely. And you're looking at this, like you mentioned, they picked up a couple of new members, and yes, sure, they've been around for maybe like a season or 2 now. But Napiu, formerly Napiu, I9, has made a world of difference for this roster and how they play. Their entire style is different now. And I mean, now that they also have a, I believe, no, they don't have a new coach. Sorry. That was my mistake. I got mixed up in some teams.
Either way, they whatever the case may be, it is working very, very well for them. Everything seems to be coming up Fury at the moment. They got their new gun and the gun skill.
Oh yeah, that's exactly it. Yeah,
that's really the big talking point. That's the big buff they picked up for themselves. Everyone knows skin buff hits different, and because of that, their shots hit different. I mean, look, it's a glow up. More than anything, it is a glow up match. Match made in heaven for this Fury roster. I still absolutely love Hajame's floor. Like every time I see it, it's like it's great. I9 maybe a little bit cold, it would seem though.
Yeah, he does have that air conditioner. You can see it live in the background. I miss I9 dressing up for these games. He used to start a lot of these rounds not in a plain white t-shirt, but in fact dripped out to all heck with like 6 different chains. And as the game started getting a little bit more seriously, he starts taking them off one by one. This time around, of course, starting off super serious. Bare minimum white plain t-shirt. Jackal being taken off the board immediately. Definitely
the Fury enabling themselves in the first half. We know a team like this and what they're capable of on that roam, so it makes a lot of sense. The response, a Ying ban coming out from a straight, which we've seen once already tonight. The matches where it wasn't banned out, I don't think we saw her used whatsoever. So again, not the end of the world, but obviously the changes into what she brings can be quite impactful in the right hand.
Valkyrie, 4 games in a row, boy. Wait, because I am quite sure It is still Nook.
No. It is.
Oh no, it is her.
77.4%.
There we go. Yeah, I mean
the crazy. You look at it. The two defender bans in Azami and Valkyrie are the two most banned.
Yeah.
And it goes, and then it's down to Thatcher and Kaid. So this goes to show what impact they are having in the competition at the moment, and how strong Valkyrie is even post nerf.
I mean, but what else can you do to bring her down a notch, right? You can't really change the MPX because it influences more than just one operator. And in order to actually directly influence her, you're either looking at her gadgets, which don't matter so much because what really brings her that favor with a lot of teams is her gadget, the black guy, right? So you're going what? Did you take some away from her? That's a huge trade-off, right? He either goes from most.
So Lycola's this time around going to be running him with M1014, the semi-auto shotgun in the hands of Pulse, which I mean, look, there are a couple of players in ANZ who made a name for themselves in Comp Siege playing just that, and Hajime goes to prep the window, pops the window, and then entire barricade and says, you know what, screw it. This Shiny takes the first kill. That shotgun pulse not going to be.
Oh no!
Oh dear. This is quickly coming apart. Could we see another potential? I mean, even taking rounds off a straight off Fury is kind of an upset. Could we potentially see that happening?
I mean, like you said before, when we were speaking about a straight off stream, you know, like they start off strong. It's about consistently keeping it up all the way to the end. We need them to be able to bring that in and make something work for them because they need that drive to sustain itself throughout the game.
GG, man.
So yeah, maybe it's possible.
On that Azami, yeah. I think it's a case of they find a lead and then they're not quite sure what to do with it. Dark. Getting a bit of a spook. Realize that there is very much someone outside on that window. Why'd he even back himself down towards Dine and go for that jump out attempt? There is 4 claymores already deployed, ready to go. And oh, God, he's shiny, not done just yet. Finds himself the second in the round.
Yeah, unlike Reaps playing it a little bit sneakier this time, eh? But definitely working out to his benefit. Right now, looking for a little bit more intel as he rotates up the pillar. Has a couple of shots. But finds a triple kill. Oh my gosh, he is on a roll today. Way to start the game.
Not at all how I expected this to go. Get up. You got 6 frag grenades and, well, he's dead. I9. Get up. No, one tap, straight away. Just straight for X on.
Picks up a member of the team, making it a little bit more winnable, but still leaves them in very. Line of sight opened up by the reinforced wall and is forcing I9 to play this quite conservatively. As he gets pinned down, finds one, doesn't get the next. Leaving with a double kill might be the best option. He has kills to him, but he leaves with a triple.
15 seconds remaining.
He's looking for more. Steve would have been the player that I'm keeping my eye on because he has been a stand-up straight roster. Much like Jay, but I9 with the help of the teammate that he picked up not too long ago, picks up 4 and the round.
You know, we spoke about Fury as a roster having a glow up, and it's very evident. Yeah, and sure, it's against the straight. We can't really just like, you know, we can't say they're doing like phenomenally well comparatively to the last time we saw them, but generally they're playing great Siege. This entire season of Operation League, this entire split so far, in Siege in general, doing great, right? But Fury as an organization themselves has also had a natural glow up. You know, bringing in that first skin with their, I believe, their Nordic waifu, their Viking waifu. As you mentioned, it's a massive improvement, and it's a great asset to an organization like Fury that's literally come from being grassroots and self-funded to now having a revenue stream from, you know, Rainbow Six R6 shares partner program.
Yeah, I mean, the injection of funding that in and of itself will have enabled more opportunities for the players and the org as a whole. Which, I mean, it's exactly what it was designed to do. Strengthen esports in South, you know, just in general, at a high-level competitive environment.
And like you said, it makes your shots hit different, right? So exactly, why would you not do that? C4 goes out, will it connect? Yes!
Oh no, the run out from Lycolis in the SMG-11.
Stay close.
And losses suffered from Pound. Right? And God is shiny. Spots out Lycolis going. This is a smoke, by the way. This is the smoke running out aggressively onto a straight. And in fact, majority Fury is currently hunting for a kill. Ichi Man tries his hand. That is 3 members of this Fury roster that have found kills outside of the building.
You know what? It's downright disrespectful. But that's what a straight deserves for bringing a Monty this early into the game. Like Colin with a clean SMG-11 headshot picks off Shiny, and that's your Nomad. That's your Monty. How?
Well, it's Stark. He's got the MX4 Storm. Obviously, as a Monty, you should be putting your head behind the shield. Phenomenal did not do that, and now he's dead. So every single member of a Strafe died outside the building in that round. No one got inside the building.
Not a single foot was stepped in the confines of Cafe Dostoevsky. They were denied service. And wow, I mean, like you said, smoke running out of the building. My gosh. And maybe that's why I9 decided to put a nice little blanket over himself, you know? Felt a little cold today. Jeez.
Feeling crisp, frosty, ice in the veins.
Bombs from being defused by attackers.
And unfortunately, for a Strafe, I do not think it gets any better from here.
Like I said, it's a game where they're gonna have to play for as many rounds as possible. They're, in my mind, they're relegated to still losing and being bottom of the ladder. Their performance on game day has been abysmal, no matter where they play.
I don't think I'd even put it that way. I think it's just they are outmatched in this competition.
I mean, I don't think they're a horrible roster. Like you said, they are outmatched in this competition. I think it's within this personal matchup here, and also, if anything, is an experience thing. They might just have a lot of jitters. They might get a lot of anxiety going up against a roster like Fury, or Gaming Gladiators, or Elevate, and just choke on those rounds.
Just thinking about it, Strafe has managed to qualify back to back.
Yeah,
so they qualified during summer. They qualified, obviously, again during autumn. And who was it? 1 sec. I'm just checking who it was that was here. Northern Forces.
Yeah,
Northern Forces weren't able to qualify this season, like this cup. So, I mean, surely. Oh god, I9. It's just not fair. Finally, someone gets into the building, but for how long?
Yeah, he's about to be greeted by a furious few. Granny is eliminated. Phenomenal. Trying to find a safe entry, but Keith trying to tally up that bottom entry from Red Stairs. Might get greeted by a couple. But it does look like they're still taking their time to drill out a little bit more information, yeah?
Sending my drone. I mean, smart. Like, given the situation, you play 3 players alive, man. 4 straight. Have 0 kills between them. Finally, a kill. Is I9 going to get one more, or he just is too much going on? sensory overload, pops the hatch. This is brutal. This is absolutely brutal. Dark still has yet to die as well.
They honestly don't have to do anything. They can just wait it out for a nice little minute. Phenomenal. Has the EE1. But yeah, pushing for it. They want to play this. BG Man wins that off the deployable shield. Flex a nice little headshot with the
Understandable call on the tech timeout from a straight. Unfortunately, I couldn't say how much this will actually.
Hey, you know what? You know what? A Strape, let's look at this. A Strape have, in the past, won 4. Oh.
I mean, technically, they actually only have those 4 rounds are what currently separates the round differential between Obsession and a Strape right now. So it's not like they are the sole bottom of the table with no one even remotely close. Like, they're not the only team that is struggling to battle against some of APAC's best.
Absolutely not. And like you said, they have qualified 2 seasons in a row. They've also qualified out of like hundreds of other teams for different tournaments that you guys might not have seen. They are not a bad roster. They are just struggling when they reach that stage.
Oh, I saw it. I saw it. Hajime is running the boss G.
I'm gonna stop talking for like, because it's gonna be too painful. It's gonna be way too painful. But okay, we have to see it. Hajime, give it to us. Now that we've seen it, we want it. No, we know what we're here for.
10 seconds left.
Surely this is some sort of spawn peak attempt. Otherwise, what's the point in playing the boss G if you're not going to be spawn peaking with it? I still have yet to see what Lycolis currently is wielding as a primary. He's on the maestro. It could be the ACS 12. No, it's going to be the older 5.56. Okay, so a slightly more serious gun. God is shiny, struggling with the bullet, the default cameras. So this might just be prime time for Hajime to find some frags. He is there. ERC. Okay. I don't know what his game plan is, but so far it's underwhelming.
And PG, oh, okay, this is a change of pace. Fury are deciding to just take a back seat on this one. They're not pushing up. They're not being aggressive. They're holding it down a little bit longer. A minute's passed
it's
by.
Psychological warfare at this point.
Well, you're not wrong. Like, you're totally playing with your heads right now, because if anything, a Straper just thinking, like, where are they? What's happening? Why can't we find them? You know, like,
you've gone from round 2 where not a single player was able to enter the building from the side of a Strape to a round where no one on the defense is contesting anything. They're all just sitting holding angles. Okay, there we go. Bossy out. BG Man dies. The Hajime's fired 2 shots off and is currently not connected on any of them, and he will not. He's not going to the rest of the round. Hajime absolutely in the bin.
Oh, Shiny coming in onto the roster for a Strape has been a boon and a half. He's found 2 good rounds so far. Not enough to get a win, but overall, the really only the real positive performance on the Strape, and it's a very positive performance.
2 kills per death currently.
Oh my god.
Yeah, Lycolis, the mouse one, the bullet hose might be a bit much to overcome for a Strape. And Dark isn't done as well. He's looking for questions. Oh, the Gemini, unfortunately. That could have been big if they got the Gemini in for some info, but it's not allowed. Nothing is allowed into the building. Everyone is going to be mowed down at the first opportunity, and Lycolis, he's backstock. There's the bullet hose again. Ready to go. And, oh, shot done from I9. Bolivian goes down. Things are out. Oh, finished I9. How does he connect Lycolis? Takes a second. This is just chaos.
Yeah, I9 holding it down for a long to get over Evan. That's trying to get taken down. Lycolis now in back bar. Freezer might not be enough. Keith finds Dark. Seeming like Cole's all alone, and he will be taken down. They find a first round to their name on round 4.
The tech pause seemingly works. Who would have thought?
Hey, there was a reason for it after all.
Tactical indeed.
And you know what? You can't even really say it's because Fury brought in the Boss G, or because
No, it's because Fury completely changed their playstyle.
Yeah, absolutely. They should have just gone full send, and you know, a Strape would not have been able to cope with it.
Attackers need to
But
locate and defuse
instead,
as many bombs
for some
as they
reason,
can.
did not choose to do so. This time around, they're gonna bring in 2 C4s.
Attackers have located
I'm
the
excited
bomb.
to see how that pans out, because I am a connoisseur of vertical C4 plays, and we see this might happen.
Oh god. Oh god. Hajime's not done bullying yet. Surely this has to be a spawn pick, right? Like you're playing dark. What are you even doing if you're not spawn pick?
10 seconds remaining.
Is he though?
Like he has to be. There's
5 seconds.
I'm sorry, if you are playing Doc on Kappa,
He's got a P90.
it's the Pro 90 as well. No, he's ankle tapping. Alright, okay. I see you, Hajime. I know your deal. I've caught up with you now. And by that I mean he's embracing the rat.
He's embracing rat. He is the rat.
Oh no. Oh god, it's shiny. Please.
Shiny.
He sees that it's been opened. Yeah, okay, he's being smart. Good. No, never mind, the drone's gone.
He has no information. He doesn't know what's gonna happen. Oh, and he's rotating away from that point. Mark, safe decision, my friend. Good choice. Good choice.
And I9 kicks it off with a kill on Oblivion. Oh yeah, he did the drone. Oh, that's soon. Oh, look at them. They're wanting to send it out the window. God, a shiny no! Hajime! Where did he come from? What?
He was behind Dark.
There's three of them pushed up the stairs. They know that there's at least one more. Big G's on the roof. This is like Duck Hunt.
So funny. Because what you're describing is literally what it is, and it's another case of Ring Around the Rosie where they're literally just chasing this, like, a couple of guys that are just running around in a choo-choo train looking for kills. And here we go, we find another one, and he's all alone now. He's gonna have to fight this by himself against 4 members that have a dock.
Explosion! Big G's in trouble! It's just wanton chaos. He gets 2. Yeah, you can see the rest of you like, okay, no, never mind, guys. Enough of this. Let's go. Let's get out of here. Honestly, the only thing that I'm really that surprised about this half is we haven't seen, you know, the castle lock in the back stock up on the 3rd floor yet. Like, all 5 members locked in behind the castle barricade, then you pop it and go.
And just like that, guys, we see that Furia powered by anime waifus. If you are questioning what their training is, it is acquiring anime waifus.
I mean, I messaged Quick Draw and said, you know, what is it that pushes your team to this level of competitive play? He said the waifu gun. No, nothing else. It's waifu gun.
You know what? I believe that.
Attackers need to locate and defuse
Put that in
as many
stone.
bombs as they can.
Let all others see it.
I mean, this is... Elevate went to SI off the back of their waifu vector.
True. True. You know what? Joe also has recently told me they're already preparing their next waifu. This is the secret to their success. Do not question the waifu.
It pains me that Apex South's gimmick for partner skins is just waifu gun. So, I mean, you look at it, it's like, Kang, you know, cyber athlete gamers, they're lovely, like Ethan Roney, super artistic, looking really, really clean. Apex South, a degenerate waifu gun country.
Not even Japan has this many waifu guns, and they're a whole region on their own. I cannot. Like, could you imagine the Japanese players looking at this and being like, why? Like, who are these guys? Who's designing them? Who's giving away our powers?
Apex South is the equivalent of that one white dude at a Comic-Con doing Naruto hand signs. Oh,
no! Oh my god! What
I'm sorry, that's not at all how that should have gone, but it's how it went.
It's
This
absolute chaos.
Playdate 8 is just no one can make the call. BG man. Oh my god.
Nothing
God
makes
is
sense
shiny.
anymore. God is shiny.
God is shiny. He's dead. It's just all coming apart. It's all coming apart. What can you do? The lack of a waifu gun means that a straight might as well just get in the bin right now. And Bolivian's going to jump over to his death. Big G, last alive again. And can't do anything. No chance. No chance at all. And I think there's a reason that the predictions were as stacked as they were in Twitch chat. You don't know how big the deficit was, Lan?
How?
134,000 channel points on Fury to 2,200 on a stream.
Hey man, look, a stream at 2,200. And you know what? That's probably like one dude betting all his points on a single team, and that's a lot.
I think that's some dude looking at the payout and saying, "Yeah, I can get behind that." What is the worst that could happen? Well, here it is.
Located a bomb.
Look at that replay. Absolutely gorgeous. Pure mayhem.
But what I mean, if we just turn around a bit, so jump out of 10, big damage into the claymore. You're like, oh no, he's dead. Then BG man's like, yeah, okay, I got this. Don't you worry. Throws the nitro cell out, picks it up, and then smokes some other poor bloke who's stuck his head in the door. It's I don't even know anymore. Fury diff is just too big.
It is. Absolutely. And the saddest thing about it is that you're all just trying to get fun.
Honestly, it might even just be pent up rage from. Oh, okay. All right, Hajime. That's fair play. Supernova, and he's dead.
And his operational counterpart throwing a C4 outside does not connect to anything just yet or at all. Now BG man with the EBR are going to try to take some and peeks as he sets off a couple more ultimate jetpacks.
Let's see. Go back to the point that I made before Hajime fully through. Honestly, I wouldn't even be surprised if he ends up rage after that stage 1 performance. Going down 0-7 at a stage, being literally everyone's punching bag. Now they find themselves in stage 3, and then making everyone else the punching bag.
That's the perfect revenge tour, isn't it? Fury as an organization is just glowing right now and having the time of their lives. This is a heavy metal Blitzball gala, and honestly, we're just look at this.
Oh yeah, we are just guests in the Furyverse. Right now, you got 2 DMRs in play. You've got the G36, 3 very, very scary guns, even at a deficit of 2 players. I think this is probably about as equal as it's going to get for us straight right now. And, I mean, Fury have 4 rounds to mess around with.
Yeah, they definitely do. They might end off here. Like I mentioned before, they do want that round differential to help them clean out and solidify their position on that ladder. Phenomenal. And members of the Strafe actually help Fury here. They're actually having a very good time, and like Colas is unfortunately going to have to rotate out the window.
I see Hajime was shot calling that round. As it seems that the only call that was made was full send. Not working, unfortunately. They will get at least goddess shiny to take that kill. Unfortunately, they don't get much more. They do deny at least the first round. Estrate will get themselves a second, but I think more off the back of Fury's play than Estrate.
Yeah, just on record as well. It does look like the last time Estrate played against Fury, they only got 1 round. So, this is the best they've done so far. Definitely a glow up in some respect. But I don't know how much you can attribute to that considering how Fury are playing. Saying that though,
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many
the
bombs.
Viking Org is living their best life. Oh, bring him in. Give me the Capital.
Yeah, Benjamin looking like he's going to stick at I-9, go in a different direction. Arjame has been pulled off the armor. He's not allowed back on it anymore. Unfortunately, he's going to have to go vanilla this round with the buck pick. Honestly, I'm surprised you haven't seen something like a Twitch. You know, just F2 full send.
10 seconds.
They're, I rate the F2. I don't know why people don't play it as much anymore.
5 seconds to go.
I mean, we already saw the Blitz being played today. Why not that again?
Moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Never mind. Hajame's baited and switched his team. All right, so that was about 8 seconds flat before he died in that last round. Doesn't go down first this time, so that's a plus already. But I mean, are you really playing armor if you don't full send at all?
I think he's prepping for that. I definitely think he's getting close enough to Windows to do that at all. Salvatore still in the wall.
He's still got his Scarrow hooks. Oblivion, dead. I know that there's one in the... Oh my god, no way. Oh, Dark is just pulling. Hey, there we go. Hajame's dead again.
As all things should be, the universe aligns itself.
Things are once again in their place. Hajime is the only one on this team with a negative KD currently.
We can see why. It's very clear why.
Oh yeah, like it is not for lack of trying.
Not at all.
Oh dear. Big G and Keith have a very tall task on their hands. Big G forced out by the asphyxiating bolt. Jumping on, like, you can jump on those yokai drones all you want. I don't know if you're actually going to be able to get them off. Especially with that plant already going down. I think they've cleared it out. Is he going to be able to deny? No. And I9 finds both of them.
Wow. Oh my gosh. That first person perspective is unlucky. This will be caught in that position as well. So we finally got match point. Fury trying to close this out as fast as possible for a positive KD. They would most likely leave here with a +5 round differential, which is going to be great for them, considering that they definitely want that to give them a +2 advantage over Direwolves in round differentials. But winning this here will place them.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
In a tie.
Fury
They'll have 1 point. Yeah, they should be first place with 1 point extra. So yeah.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
But I mean, that technically, like, Direwolves are technically like right there next to them. Yeah, technically. Only losing out because they had like 3 overtime wins. So
yeah.
Considering that, they've had more wins than
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I mean, Direwolves have yet to lose a game, but
5 seconds remaining.
It's a point thing. It's a point thing.
Attackers' objective
it's
is to defuse
maths.
a bomb.
We're not paid to be analysts.
No, we have other people do that for us, like Liquidpedia.
Hey, they know what they're doing.
Shout out
We
to the
don't.
admins. You know who you are.
I hope so.
I unfortunately don't.
Oh, look, you got your wish. We got another Blitz in play.
Hey, they definitely listening.
Last time it was ankle tap down to like 30 health, but oh boy. And Hajime! Oh, he's dead!
He loses it anyway!
Yeah,
Pig G.
Pig G, full white screen, timed the shot perfectly. And they claim 2 quick kills. Fury, Hajime, well and truly throwing right now.
Drone active.
The C4 as well.
Joke, by the way. They can afford to have a bit of fun in a couple of rounds, but Hajime just got himself outplayed there.
Hajime must be rude. Oh my gosh. Oh, I9 getting caught out like that is actually very unfortunate. Not an ideal position to be in. Honestly, very vulnerable. Position yourself with having a phenomenal time. And there we go, another one for him. Can we just note how many silencers there are in the league right now?
Changes were pretty significant.
Yeah, they were.
No longer having damage drop off because of them. I mean, you take those advantages where you can.
Oh, absolutely. And no tracers beyond that, and generally being much more silent. Why not? I mean, if the only trade-off you get, right, is that you don't have the recoil reduction. Yeah. And that's the thing. Any skilled player won't necessarily need an attachment to tell him otherwise, because he just learned a new pattern. So I'm not surprised we're seeing a suppressor meta come in. Honestly, it's about time that we had that come through. But I very much like the state this meta is in right now. It's very refreshing. It's quite unique as well compared to a lot of other seasons.
Shield going out. Reloading. Prepping needles.
5 seconds to go.
So there we go. Yeah, 100% Fury listing, because I was talking about Twitch 2 rounds ago, but Hajime's not running the F2, so maybe he's not listing as closely as he should be.
You know what?
And we get the Capital as well.
In the chat
so yeah, look, we've got the Capital, we've got Twitch, so it's obviously listed.
Follow me. We have this. Loading dart.
They know what the crowd, the casters want. They're going to be going for it. BG man, is he trying to solo cover himself with the entry to the building? Yeah, he's got the asphyxiating bolts. No, it's all a bit of a bait and switch. Dark is in though, and he's got the Monty leading for him. Pre-fire's not connecting. I9 in a bit of trouble.
Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
This is just, it's chaos. It is what we came to expect.
Nades are going out. Dark. Holding an angle, picks up a nice kill into Oblivion. There goes your mute. Back point Fury, they're trying to end this now. They want to end the night, secure this win, but I9 takes an L, and PG man, sorry, Big G gets taken out. PG man. And Keith onto Dark. So 3 members of both sides. Panda, match point, minute 40 seconds left. What are Fury gonna do? He's gonna send them? He's gonna run in?
I mean, Keith's down, so it's a 2 versus 3. There is a Frost in play. Whether or not the Fury have accounted for that is anyone's guess. I do get the feeling there is possibly a cheeky Frost match that someone is going to run into. Whether or not they do. Yeah, Hajime finishes off that kill, but he's traded back by Keith.
Oh.
BG man. The drift, the Tokyo drift kill. He's on the plant. Keith, yeah, shut down. Fury, they close it out. 7-3 is as far as a straight will get, unfortunately. But anything else, man, that is a 300% increase from the last time they've played.
Absolutely. And you know what? We're a roster like a Strafe who are still in the workings, still very fresh. You take those. Absolutely. Every round won against a roster like Fury on paper is a boon that you have to treasure and you have to appreciate. It definitely adds into your portfolio. When you look back at it, you can look at the scores and be like, you know what? I don't remember what this game was like, but we had rounds against a very reputable team. So definitely,
yeah, I mean,
a win in its own right.
it's definitely one of those things where you got to take the victories where you can find them. And I think for a team like Australia, the fact that you're taking rounds off of Apex South teams is the victory in and of itself. You learn from that. You look to improve where you can. You're always looking forward to the next season. You make sure you keep qualifying, which so far they've done. Honestly, you couldn't really ask for much more given the situation they find themselves in.
And you know what? The game was entertaining. I have not laughed that much.
It was very entertaining.
I have not laughed that much in an Operation League game ever. Or any Siege game, because normally Siege is a very tense game. Yeah, there's usually very solid, solid moments where tensions are high. It's a lot of pressure, and there were some really good moments in this game anyway, regardless of the scoreline. But it was entertaining, and that's what we gotta remember. This is what production and this is what gaming is about, and esports in general. Like, people want to have fun and watch fun things. If a Strapes could have pulled that off, regardless of how Fury were playing or how they were playing, it would have been fantastic regardless. But you know what else is fantastic? Your last opportunity tonight to win 600 R6 credits and an Operation League pin.
And so we're rolling those now. Get yourselves ready for it. If not, we've got more play days ahead of us. We're only 8 deep. There's 14 in total, so there's going to be 6 more. So you'll have other opportunities to get yourselves a win. But look, the real winners of the day, the 130,000 chatham points that were put on Fury. Payout comes, at least, whoever voted for Australia, there was only 2,000 channel points voted, because, look, it could be worse. We can rebuild 2,000 channel points. That's easy.
Yeah, that's a couple of play days. Leave your stream on. Try to win some credits, make up the losses. Not a big thing. But hey, you know what, Panda? This is my first time ever casting with you.
Yeah, I mean, we've been doing Operations League 2 seasons. It hasn't lined up, unfortunately. But it definitely was a lot of fun. It was an interesting evening. We got to see the highs and lows of the Southeast Asian Siege community. And, well, there you go. We just rolled our winners for the R6 credits. I'm pretty sure we'll be rolling a pin as well. But, I mean, look. What do you expect? Did tonight meet your expectations other than your abysmal prediction rate?
You have to bring that up every time. But hey, last season I did not have the lowest rate. Okay, I had a decent rate last season. This season it will change eventually, and I will rise above Infian. I'm calling it. At least I'm not gonna be last. I have at least, I believe, 6 days left. So. There's that.
6 days, 4 matches. That's 24 potential victories that you could get right in your predictions.
Mm-hmm.
Or look, I mean, you were averaging 71%. So if we say 71% of 24, 16, it's not the end of the world.
Look, that's more math than I can handle. All I can say is that I'm gonna stop putting my biases down and actually go for stats. Because I am not suffering a loss just because I really like a team or I want the underdog to take away the win. If anything, Panda, I hope you enjoy the heights of the prediction ladder for now. I'm
upper middles here at the moment, so not tippy top. Obviously, that's not where you want to be because you can get pushed off that ladder and it hurts a bit. So definitely OSHA safe at the very least. So we take that where we can. But looking at the ladder for our competition, and there you go, Fury back in top with that single point lead. But look at the gap. That is 2 victories for either Gaming Gladiators or Champion to even threaten. So that is 3 play days that would need to be victories for Gaming Gladiators or Champion, with 3 horrendous play days for Direwolves and Fury for that to be contested. And Elevate need full points next week to try and get back into that top 4. It's wild for Elevate.
It's a big thing, isn't it? Like, it's a massive fall from grace. I actually have to go back and watch some VODs, but I believe Onigiri just got recently interviewed by some of the casters, and I'm not sure what he said, but I'm sure he shed a lot of light on, I believe, was the mental state of the team. So I've got to go watch that. Go make sure I catch up on some Rainbow Six Siege content. And
well, I mean, it feels eerily like reminiscent of Chiefs. You know, you look at last year, Chiefs won everything. They were the powerhouse in ANZ, not necessarily in Apex South, but in ANZ. They were dominant. Elevate were much the same in Apex South and Southeast Asia. And now they're here. Chiefs no longer here, but here you go. Our matches for our next play date, of course, October 14th. I mean, LAN, Obsession taking on Fury, which we have an idea of how that one will be going. Match 2, Elevate versus Game & Gladiators, a 3rd and 5th place matchup. Match 3, Champion versus Direwolves. That could be big because Elevate obviously fighting for their position back into the top 4. Would have to hope that Direwolves pick up their win against Champion, who are looking solid at the moment. And then closing it out, VarianX also looking solid, taken on as Strape Esports. And VarianX very, very nearly picked up that victory tonight. So, Strape, again, they're going to be in a rough spot. They're going to be feeling under the pump.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's going to be a pretty interesting set of matches next week. But don't forget, that's on a Friday, guys. So we are going to move on to 3-day broadcasts from for the rest of the season. So make sure you guys are keeping up to date and tuning in for those.
But Play Day 8 is all done and dusted. It brings us to the end of our broadcast. Make sure you're back October 14th for more Operations League Autumn Cup action. LAN, we're going to sign off now. We'll see you guys next time.
To the come on, it's the first page, but I shake the road out just like an earthquake. Still follow my dreams, even in the worst way. Still doing my thing, no break in my birthday. Take a long way home, had to lean on myself. Let's try to swallow me whole. Jump so high, it's not about a cushion in the max, but all about power through the struggle and the test. 30 air in my lung, I can even breathe. Praying to the sky, even almost getting sick. I am who I am, even talking from the street. If it was a beef, they would turn me to the beast. Before getting caught up, I need to get caught out. Stuck in the cage, trying to find my way to broke out. Got a whole lot of pull, now I just need a boat out. One day on my shelf, so my tickets will be sold out. Used to be the kid, now I'm here the top. Hustle pay the price, so we don't stop. Racing time, fighting with the clock. I'm a runner, played out from the start. Even if I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on, I feel to make it. Ready for the ride, ready for the fight. I said I move too quick, don't last, clear the highlight. No time, I got no time. Road to the hilltop, always so rocky, so tight. Gamble with my life, hard to being on my own. Trying to stay in line, so I leave it on my phone. You can find one of a kind person like me. Live it in the moment, had to set my mind free. Cause over fear, anytime's near. I'm to the tears, finally don't shed tears. Betting on me is the right way, stand now. Always pulling down the ramp before the Rambo. Used to be the kid, now I'm here the top. Hustle pay the price, so we don't stop. Racing time, fighting with the clock. I'm a runner, played out from the start. Even if I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until I make it. But I can't go back and having regrets. Hitting all the stacks, and that is why we're here. We're one gonna last. Tell me, what are you waiting? Take it over, and this is my year.
Can't tell me nothing, don't know why. I'm around for the long ride. Look up, kiss the sky, waste no time. I'll be riding all my life.
Used to be the kid, now I'm here the top. Hustle pay the price, so we don't stop. Racing time, fighting with the clock. I'm a runner, played out from the start. Even if I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until I make it. But I can't go back and having regrets. Hitting all the stacks, and that is why we're here. We're one gonna last. Tell me, what are you waiting? Take it over, and this is my year.
The faint buzz is a warning. It may be the last thing you hear. But I'm the last thing you'll see.
Was hit hard. He'll live. Server room, identify perimeter breach. Over.
Where you go? Where you go?
Withdraw your men.
Say again, Grim.
I'm going in. My turn.
What's going on?
What the? Impossible.
Didn't think you spooked this easy.
Micro recon drones. Cute.
You forgot this. The data key on your jugular.
You were saying?
What was on that server?
QCR shipment records. Question is, who wants eyes on it? And why?